Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Mokhtar, can you please have a seat, please? Thank you. Okay, so it is my distinct pleasure to welcome you all this morning to this morning's sport breakfast meeting and panel discussion hosted by the University of Trinidad and Tobago. We are truly honored by your presence today. And before I continue, I would like to take this time to acknowledge the following persons in our presence today. Professor Rayan Maharaj, Acting Vice President, Research, Academic and Student Affairs, University of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Gabriel Mokhtar, Acting Deputy, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs. Mr. Rajiod Sinanan, advising the Ministry of Tertiary Education and Skills Training. Mr. Ephraim Serret, President, National Association of Athletic Administration of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Hazley Crawford, our very first Olympic gold medalist and someone very dear to my heart. Representatives of the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs. Representatives of Sport Company of Trinidad and Tobago. The representatives of the Olympic Committee. The representatives of the Trinidad and Tobago Football Association. The representatives of Trinidad and Tobago Table Tennis Association, representatives of the Secondary School Sporting Association, associations, Mr. Ian Pritchard, Senior Manager Sport and Recreation of UTT, distinguished panelists who will be joining us shortly, secondary school sport coaches and PE teachers, members of staff within the Sport and Recreation Unit, academic and corporate staff of University of Trinidad and Tobago, students of UTT, specially invited guests. I would also like to take this time to welcome Mr. Ken Butcher, who has graced us this morning. He's the very first senior manager of the unit, academic and sport. Members of the media, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome all. So I want to thank you for joining us this morning for this important engagement where we will reflect on sporting successes, share valuable insights, and chart a path forward for sport development in Trinidad and Tobago. But before we continue, there are some ground rules that I would like us all to adhere to. So we'll have a listen in a few minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Academy for Performing Arts at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. Your safety is important to us, so please listen attentively to the following house rules and safety guidelines. We ask that you confine yourselves to this floor and that you do not go wandering around the building. Washrooms are located on the right along the hallway outside of this room. Male washrooms are on the left along the hallway, and female washrooms are on your right. Eating and drinking or chewing of gum is not permitted in this room. Please either put cell phones on silent or turn them off at this time. There is no fire drill planned for today, and therefore you are not expected to hear an alarm. However, in the event of any emergency, an alarm will be sounded, or you will be notified by our security personnel. Do not use the elevator. In this case, you will be required to exit this hall and the entire building immediately by using the 2 exit doors at the back of this hall. Then, proceed through the glass doors which you used for entering the building. If you are in any of the washrooms, we also ask that you leave and exit the building immediately. We ask that you do not run or panic, but you must proceed briskly. Once outside the building, please go down the stairs to your right and proceed to the muster point located at the southwestern car park, the Hibiscus car park, where you will assemble, remain, and await further instructions. Our security personnel remain ready to assist in this evacuation process. Thank you for your attention, and do enjoy your time with us at UTT's Academy for the Performing Arts. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Okay, thank you for that. So also I would like you to put your phones on silent, please, so you don't interrupt these proceedings. I would also like to take this time to welcome Mr. David Naked, who has graced us, the Minister in the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs. I hope I got that right. I don't know, I'm not sure. Excuse me if I don't. All right. So to bless today's proceedings, I now invite Mr. Adrian Palmer, head of, the national anthem. So can we please start? Stand. Okay, please stay standing. Okay, to bless today's proceedings, I now... Excuse. I would now like to invite Mr. Adrian Palmer, Head of Rehabilitation Unit at the UTT, to lead us in prayer. Mr. Palmer.
All right, let us pray. Almighty God, we thank you for this day that you have given to us. We thank you for the good weather. We thank you for life. We thank you for journey mercies. And so today, Lord, as we come here as colleagues and leaders in our various aspects, to put thoughts and plans together to advance sport and the development of the youth of our nation. We ask, O Lord, that you bless the proceedings, inspire us with knowledge and thought, and we pray and ask for a successful sitting today in your name. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. You may now have your seat. Okay, to formally welcome us and to set the tone for today's event, please join me in welcoming Mr. E.M. Pritchard, Senior Manager of Sport and Recreation at the University of Trinidad and Tobago, to deliver the welcome and opening remarks. Mr. Pritchard.
Thank you very much, Ms. Edwards, our table tennis coach at the University of Trinidad and Tobago, and might I say, 13-time national table tennis champion of Trinidad and Tobago. And I challenge anyone here this morning, be it coach, PE teacher, parliamentary secretary in the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs, administrator, your athletes, to challenge Ms. Edwards in any competition. I understand Mr. Cornell is a table tennis enthusiast. And I dare you, I put my entire salary, which is not much, but if fair enough, that Ms. Edwards will be the champion at the end of that match. So thank you very much, Ms. Edwards. Professor Rian Maraj, Acting Vice President, Research, Academic and Student Affairs at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. and one of my favorite footballers, Mr. David Nakid, played like him but was never selected. Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs, Mr. Gabriel McTeer, Acting Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs, Mr. Ephraim Serrett, mentor of mine, who is the President of the National Association of Athletic Administrations of Trinidad and Tobago, and we'll hear from him a bit later on. Trinidad and Tobago Olympian first gold medalist, Mr. Hazley Crawford. And it's pleasing to know that we have just added Mr. Crawford to be a member of the panel discussion, because what's sport development and developing the homegrown talent without our first Olympic gold medalist? Representatives of the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs, representatives of the Sport Company of Trinidad and Tobago, representatives of the Olympic Committee, and not just representatives, but I would like to take this time to recognize our recently successful first Vice President of the Trinidad and Tobago Olympic Committee, and to say the future is women, Ms. Sonia Johnson. And Sonia, I think you should stand so that persons can see who our first Vice President of the Trinidad and Tobago Olympic Committee is. Representatives of the Trinidad and Tobago Football Association in the persons of Mr. Rajesh Latru and our Technical Director, Mr. Anton Corning, who is also going to be part of the panel today. I have a personal bias and I make no apologies for it, but I must recognize my people from the Toko area. I am from Far East, and they say great things come from the East. Kishon World Cup producing Toko. Tony Good doesn't like to hear it, but it's a fact. Melvin Dillon, Toko. Eric Miller, and I'm sure Anthony know Eric Miller, Toko. And none but, last but not least, Ian Pochard, Toko. Members of the University of Trinidad and Tobago faculty and my colleagues in the Sport and Recreation Unit, physical education teachers, coaches, specially invited guests, welcome. On behalf of the Sport and Recreation Unit of the University of Trinidad and Tobago, it is with great pleasure that we present the progress and commitment shown in the development of sport at UTT. We are thrilled to witness enthusiastic participants, dedicated coaches, supportive physical education teachers, and passionate sport administrators gathered here today. The official launch of the Academy of Sport and Leisure Studies at UTT in August 2007, later renamed the Sport and Recreation Unit, was the result of almost 2 decades of work by various task force and steering committees. The vision for such an institute was first expressed in the 1988 report and white paper of the National Steering Committee, which proposed the establishment of a National Sporting Institute. The government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago later made the decision to make UTT the host institution for the National Institute of Sport. The creation of that institute would have completed the mandate first identified in 1988, continuously dictated by every task force thereafter, and later postulated within the national sporting policy. The training of elite high-performance athletes coupled with an education was finally a possibility. At this point in time, I would like us all to put our hands together and give a round of applause to our first executive manager of the Academy of Sport and Leisure Studies, who saw the creation and implementation of that program that is still successful to date, our very own Dr. Kenneth Butcher. The launch of the Academy of Sport and Leisure Studies ushered in the High Performance Program, and 107 student athletes were recruited through sporting scholarships to be part of the initial High Performance Program. The program was designed to support student athletes with national and international potential. It enables students to pursue an academic future, combining strong athletic development physically, technically, and tactically in their chosen sporting disciplines through scholarships, coaching, training, and competition. The High Performance Program focuses on 4 key areas: athlete recruitment, athlete development, national team selection, and athlete progression to graduation. To date,
the High Performance Program has successfully nurtured numerous athletes who have gone on to represent Trinidad and Tobago with distinction, some of whom are among us here today, in the persons of Crystal Esdell, we could ask Crystal to stand, our national volleyballer, who eventually played professionally in Europe. And we also have Ms. Daystar Swift, national netball and standout athlete. Where's Daystar? She's outside. So the question remains, can Trinidad and Tobago successfully develop our homegrown talent? The answer, quite simply and emphatically, is yes, we can. The achievements of Keishon Walcott, Jehu Gordon, Emmanuel Calendar, Brian Lara, Dwayne Bravo, Anthony Hollis Gray, Dr. Bridget Adams, Russell Latapi, and many others, all well-renowned athletes developed here in Trinidad and Tobago, are testament to the fact that it can be done right here at home. The continuous success of UTT's High Performance Program, even with limited resources, and I repeat so that Mr. Naka can hear, even with limited resources, is additional evidence of this potential. Tommy Lasorda, a baseball player, manager, and National Baseball Hall of Fame inductee in 1997 said, "The difference between the impossible and the possible lies in a man's determination. The real question is, are we determined as a people to make what seems impossible possible? I firmly believe that we can and we will. The power lies within us. Let us continue to support the development of our homegrown talent."
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pritchard, for that very warm and insightful message regarding homegrown athletes. And I know we're looking forward to hearing a lot more as the program continues. I would now like to invite Professor Rayan Maharaj from the Research, Academic, and Student Affairs of the University of Trinidad and Tobago to bring some brief remarks.
Please allow me to stand on already established protocols. Good morning, everyone. Morning. It's an honor, both an honor and a pleasure, to welcome you to University of Trinidad and Tobago's High Performance Breakfast Meeting and Panel Discussion. First and foremost, I wish to acknowledge the presence of our distinguished guests. Senator, the Honorable David Naked, Parliamentary Secretary, Ministry of Sports and Youth Affairs. Welcome. Your attendance this morning reflects government's strong commitment to the advancement of both education and sport in Trinidad and Tobago, and we are deeply grateful for your support. Other esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, students, members of the media, thank you very much for joining us and welcome. Today marks a significant moment for UTT and for the national landscape of sport development. Through our High Performance Sports Scholarship Program, we are nurturing a new generation of athletes who strive not only for excellence in sport, but also for academic achievement. This initiative is about much more than developing athletes. It is about cultivating leadership, instilling discipline, and fostering national pride. It ensures that our young people blessed with athletic talent are equally equipped to pursue higher education and personal development. At the heart of this program is our high performance unit, which operates within the UTT's Sport and Recreation Unit, headed by Mr. Prashad and his team. This unit is guided by 4 core pillars: recruitment, development, national representation, and progression to graduation. The unit provides a robust ecosystem that includes professional coaching, advanced training, academic mentoring, and meaningful competition exposure. Nearly 2 decades since its inception, and I take the opportunity to remind us all that last year UTT celebrated our 20th year anniversary. Okay, so I think we deserve a round of applause there. This model continues to bear remarkable fruit. Many of our student athletes have proudly represented Trinidad and Tobago at regional and international levels, becoming shining examples of what is possible when education and sport work hand in hand. Mr. Prashad did a wonderful job earlier highlighting just some of our remarkable achievements. As a national university mandated to support national development objectives, UTT plays a central role in shaping not only the future of higher education, but also in contributing to the broader goals of national progress and national development. Sport, as one of our focus areas, is both a tool and a platform for driving these objectives forward. We're all aware of United Nations sustainable developmental goals, right? Which guide our national development objectives. Sport is featured throughout these goals, ranging from good health to well-being, quality education, decent work, and economic growth. That is SDG 8. Reduce inequalities, peace, justice, strong institutions, partnership for goals. Sport is uppermost in these sustainability goals. This morning's panel discussion theme, Developing Homegrown Talent, brings together a distinguished group of individuals who exemplify this model in action. Individuals, many of whose journeys began in our local schools, in our villages, and led them to international acclaim. Their stories would inspire, inform, and most importantly, reinforce the critical role that you, our educators and coaches, play shaping the future of sport in this country. You are the front line of talent identification and development, and your impact cannot be overstated. At UTT, we do not treat sport as merely extracurricular. We regard it as co-curricular, a parallel pillar of holistic education. We believe that strategic collaboration between our academic institutions and sport stakeholders can transform individual lives and contribute meaningfully to nation building. Let us also recognize that sport has a critical role to play in national development and economic diversification. Beyond physical achievement, sport drives innovation, attracts investment, sports tourism, creates jobs, and builds international visibility for our country. Just last night, I was browsing an article that analyzed the impact of Mr. Usain Bolt's achievements on the track and how his achievements impacted the economy of Jamaica, right? And the brand Jamaica, right? And culture, food, craft, right? All these areas will positively influence. That's just one example, right? It represents a viable and growing industry, one that can complement and strengthen our national economy, especially as we seek to reduce dependence on traditional sectors such as oil and gas. As you participate in today's program, I encourage you to engage fully, ask questions, exchange ideas, and explore new opportunities for collaboration. Together, we can continue to identify, support, and elevate the next generation of student athletes. Thank you once again for your presence, your partnership, and your dedication. Let us continue to champion the cause of excellence in sport, academics, and national development. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Maharaj, for that insightful in terms of UTT and what it is the senior staff, how they foresee the sport in terms of the academics and the sports. Thank you for that. So we now move on to welcoming a colleague of mine who I would have studied with in Cuba, Mr. Gabriel Mactea, to bring some brief remarks from the Ministry of Sports and Youth Affairs.
Thank you very much, Alina. And standing on the protocols already observed, I hereby deliver some remarks that I was only just informed that I need to provide. But at the end of the day, this topic of developing homegrown talent is one of extreme importance. It's one that has been discussed by, I'm sure, many of us, if not all of us, at some point in time. We do understand, and I think that this is a very good forum for us to start to look at not the problems and the issues and the gaps, because we have discussed that, we have ventilated that many times. How do we find solutions to go forward? I think that's where we really need to focus on in terms of how we broach the topic. But of course, the topic will naturally have reverberations to many different aspects as to what will make our sports sector tick and succeed. This aspect of homegrown talent and developing homegrown talent reaches far beyond just the basic development of talent. There are many things that are required to make this happen. And I think it's great that we have so many varied stakeholders here today, national governing bodies, ministry representatives, including the parliamentary secretary, representatives from the sports company, of course, UTT, which I think is a very important cog in the wheel as it relates to the sport development pathway locally. And physical education teachers are extremely important to this effort as well. So I think all in all, the right people are in the room, and we need to look at how do we make things work. We probably are not in the best of places right now where sport is concerned, if it is we take into consideration our performances at the Olympics, if it is we take into account our performances at world level in team sports, if we take into account our performances at world championship levels. And these are some truths that we just have to accept. But we need to work towards making the required changes from a systemic point of view and an investment point of view for us to be able to go forward efficiently and effectively. There's no doubt that the talent is there. If it's one thing I've said in all my years is that from going to my first football camp at age 11, it was the Flipper soccer camp, if you all even remember the brand Flipper. But it was the Flipper soccer camp that I had gone to. And I remember a Brazilian coach being there, and I just was able to overhear a conversation between himself and other coaches. And he was amazed by the amount of natural talent that we have. And if it's one thing, every single time I've been in the company of a foreign coach, that's the exact same sentiment. Naturally, we are talented. We have talent wasting away in this country. The key is, how are we harnessing, nurturing, and preparing that talent for the world stage? We have been able to do it, yes. I would dare say, maybe controversial, but I would dare say it has been done in a bit of an ad hoc manner. I would dare say that, yes, we have had one or two every so often great performances, great talents. How do we get it to be consistent? And that means that, again, it needs to be an holistic approach. All the stakeholders must understand their role, function, and be part of this move forward. And the investment must be there, not just from the government. However, we must be able to have the private sector become part and parcel of this. It will require some cultural change. That's the word I tend to use most when it is I talk about where we need to go. We need some aspect of cultural change, but to do so, we need to sell sport. We need to sell what the benefit of sport is. We need to sell why it is people need to invest in sport. So there's a lot of work to do. However, as we all know as sports people, team means together everyone achieves more. So hopefully as a team, we're able to do what is necessary to get sport where we know it should be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gabriel. I know you were ready for this. I do apologize for putting you on the spot, but we are Cuban graduates, and so we were ready for all of this. They prepared us for this. So thank you once again, Mr. Gabriel Martel, Deputy Permanent Sec in the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs. All right, so once again, I would like to welcome on the stage Mr. Ian Pritchard to do a presentation of the Sports and Recreation Unit.
Thank you very much, Alina. So a short presentation as to the goals, objectives, and the successes that we have achieved at the University of Trinidad and Tobago Sport and Recreation Unit and the Academy of Sport over the years. Very handsome gentleman. You all heard about the mandate that was given to the University of Trinidad and Tobago since the 1988 research and white paper by the steering committee. And that mandate given in 2007, we developed an Academy of Sport. That Academy of Sport had three pillars. The High Performance Unit, which has a subunit called the Rehab Unit, which you'll hear about later on. The Academic Department, which is now known as the Center for Kinesiology, Physical Education and Sport, and we have not some of the, but the best lecturers in Trinidad and Tobago, where sport psychology, sport nutrition, sport pedagogy. We have the only talent identification professional in Trinidad and Tobago in the Center for Kinesiology, Physical Education and Sport. And I want to take this opportunity to introduce some of them. We have Dr. Karen Ince. Dr. Ince. We have Dr. Marlon Melville, one of our only sports psychologists in Trinidad and Tobago. and our only talent identification professional who is still being requested to return to his university in England to operate there, but he has decided to give back to Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Joel Paul. And as a national university, our focus in terms of development of athletes focuses on the research, and it's data-driven. And later we'll have a presentation by Dr. Candice Thomas of some research that she would have done in terms of developing the homegrown talent within the Caribbean. She'll have a short presentation by another member of the Center for Kinesiology, Dr. Candice Thomas. The success unit, as indicated by Professor Maraj, we see sport at the university not just as another element, but it's co-curricular. And we have the success unit which has been developed for all the students at the university, in the university, as well as the staff and the fence line communities. And because we are multi-campus all over Trinidad and Tobago, fence line communities mean all of Trinidad and Tobago, the success unit focuses on these recreational activities and the well-being and healthy living practices of our students and our staff. Our mission and vision. Our vision, and we are well on the way to becoming that, to become a global sport institution with excellence as our minimum standard. And this morning we would have started pretty okay in terms of excellence, because we don't see excellence only in terms of our participation or competition on the field, but excellence starts with starting on time. So breakfast was served at 7:29 this morning, although we said 7:30, so we were well on time, but we started late. So we still have to work on that level of excellence. Excellence refers to responding to an email within 24 hours, and we try to ensure that we practice those simple levels of excellence so that when we get on the field of play, that excellence transcends into our participation and our representation. Our mission is to consistently nurture high-performing athletes capable of excelling in the global arena while encouraging healthy lifestyles and community integration through sport and recreation activities. Who are the key players in sport? Professional athletes, some may say. Some may say the officials. Some may say the rehab staff. Others may say your nutritionist. Some may say your massage therapist. And they are all critical areas in terms of developing our athletes and our national athletes. But we are focusing this morning on the influencers. Who are the persons who influence the decisions taken by our athletes? You, the PE teachers and sport administrators, and our coaches. So that's our focus target group this morning, so that we could get to share the message of developing homegrown talent and collaborate, because this is not something that UTT can do alone. It requires collaboration from all stakeholders in sport, from every level, from grassroots straight up to the professional level. We just want to share a little testimonial from one of our first national athletes produced at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. That's Olympic sailor Andrew Lewis.
Hello everyone, my name is Andrew Lewis, two-time Olympic sailor from Trinidad and Tobago. My personal philosophy to a successful life is mixing sport and education. I studied at the University of Trinidad and Tobago in the Sports Studies program. It was a wonderful stepping stone to my Olympic career. Really understanding that if the Olympics didn't work out for me, the endless avenues they were. And if Olympics did work out for me, how it is to balance school and training. Something I never realized, that being an athlete and studying at the same time, there are endless avenues out there. Because if the athletic life is not for somebody, they can easily transcend into other areas. Through the sports studies program, I realized that as you go through the certificate program and you go into the degree program, they have many avenues: physiotherapy, sports science, a wide range of different opportunities to make a career around. So I want to encourage anybody who really sees an alignment with my philosophy, whether they desire to be a professional sportsman or to take it towards the avenue of working in the world of sports, the UTT Sports Program is a fantastic place to start. Thank you, UTT, for your support and helping me get to this point in time in my life.
Olympic sailor Andrew Lewis, ladies and gentlemen. So just to briefly share some of our success stories. And this, as a young university, as Professor Maraj indicated, we celebrated 20 years last year. The sport program at the University of Trinidad and Tobago is yet to celebrate 20 years, but in the 17 years that we have been in existence, these are just a snippet of some of our success stories. In cricket, you can see one West Indian player in the person of Hayden Walsh Jr., 23 national athletes produced in the cricket program under the tutelage of Coach Anthony Gray. 2 national team captains. Recently, we had the national captain of the deaf national cricket team, who was a member of our high-performance cricket program, and Mr. Marlon Richards, who went on to captain Trinidad and Tobago. Netball, one of our greatest success stories. And as I mentioned before, we have Ms. Daystar Swift sitting in the audience here today. And even though Daystar did not go on or has not gone on to play netball professionally, because of the fact that she would have been a student under the program that focused on both sport and academic, she's now a physical education teacher at one of our secondary schools. We have produced in excess of 40, and this is maybe outdated records, because I think it's more than that, Dr. Butcher. It's more than that. National athletes in netball produced at the university. Volleyball, and the story of volleyball is one of tremendous success. In 2018, Trinidad and Tobago women volleyball team qualified as the first English-speaking Caribbean country for the World Championships of Volleyball. Yeah. Crystal Esdell was a member of that team. All right, and this was a no small feat accomplished, but through the partnership between the University of Trinidad and Tobago and the Trinidad and Tobago Volleyball Federation. Our coach then was a Professor Francisco Cruz out of Cuba, Alina and Gabri, out of Cuba. Yes, and he took Trinidad and Tobago's female volleyball ranking in the space of 3 to 4 years from 129th in the world to 27th. And every member of that team that qualified for that 2018 World Championship were either current student athletes at the university or former student athletes at the university. And that's tremendous success from the university's program. Men's football, and you'll hear from the lone senior national player, you'll hear testimonial from him. The lone senior national player produced at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. All right? 1 national futsal player produced, and 5 national youth team players since the inception of the program. Table tennis, 12, and this is being quite polite if I even say teams of table tennis, but every time you hear of a national table tennis athlete, 99% of the times, they were either a student athlete or a current student athlete at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. Under 13-time national champion, Coach Alina Edwards. Women's football started only in 2018. Listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. This program was started in 2018 by our very own Howard Spencer, who is here with us this morning. Welcome, Howard. And we have now produced 1 national senior team player and 3 U20 players. Our football coach at this time is our national under-17 football coach, Miss Ayana Roslan. You'll hear from Ayana a little while later as well. She's a member of the panel. And of course, through our Center for Kinesiology, Physical Education and Sport, we have produced thousands of world-ready graduates from the Center for Kinesiology, which is the academic arm of the Academy of Sport. So we are doing tremendous work in such a short space of time.
Hello, this is Hayden Walsh Jr., a former scholarship athlete at the UTT sports program and a West Indies cricketer. I attended UTT quite a few years ago, and I think it benefited me a lot, especially on my road to playing cricket for the West Indies. Some of the things that benefited me were, I was able to train and to play in high quality facilities, almost the best in the Caribbean, and I was able to rub shoulders with the best coaches and the best trainers to help me to become stronger and a better cricketer. I also was able to, study and learn more about sport and learn more about how the body works and how sports works, so that I can go onto the field and to, have that knowledge and to use that knowledge. But it doesn't have to be about sport, if I wanted to be an engineer or a doctor or a teacher, it would be the same. That's why I should encourage all the budding athletes to, get involved in the UTT sports program.
Hayden Walsh Jr., ladies and gentlemen. UTT is standing tall, and without any apologies, while I recognize the importance of all tertiary institutions, without any apologies, these are some of the reasons why UTT stands tall above all tertiary institutions in Trinidad and Tobago when it comes to developing sportsmen and sportswomen and the human capacity and the human resource through sport at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. Highly qualified high-performance coaches, a strength and conditioning and rehab unit dedicated to the well-being of our athletes, an academic department, as I mentioned before, the Center for Kinesiology, Physical Education and Sport, whose program professor and program lead is a person in the name of Dr. Kerry Dolloway, who is not unable to be here with us this morning. But Dr. Kerry Dolloway specializes in rehabilitation, sport medicine, and physiotherapy, and is one of the few in the country in a sport-related field in that regard. And of course, professors and senior instructors, second to none in sport in Trinidad and Tobago. So, and our only talent identification professional, I can't help but mention this again, talent ID is critical to the success of any high-performance program, Dr. Joel Paul. These are some of the basic reasons why UTT stands tall above all other tertiary institutions and why UTT should be a preferred institution of choice when it comes to athlete development in Trinidad and Tobago and developing the homegrown talent. The coaches, our basketball coach, who is a product of the University of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Stephen Dillon, better known as Star, started the University of Trinidad and Tobago as a bachelor's student, as a high-performance bachelor's student. He went on to complete his master's, graduating even as an athlete with the highest GPA in his master's program of the entire cohort. A GPA of 3.88. Yeah. And he's now the basketball coach at the University of Trinidad and Tobago, developing all our young athletes. He also assists in lecturing because we have our coaches assist with lecturing in the Center for Kinesiology, and he proudly assists with lecturing the basketball program at the Center for Kinesiology, Physical Education and Sport. Our cricket coach, Coach Anthony Hollis Gray. For those who didn't know his second name, you know now. All right? And it goes without any explanation. His record stands for itself, and he has done tremendous work with our student athletes. Our football coach, Mr. Clayton Morris. I think Clayton is somewhere in the audience there. Yes? And this name, when you mention football in Trinidad and Tobago, you cannot mention football without thinking Clayton Morris. And Clayton has done tremendous work in terms of the development of our athletes. Right now, UTT's football club is placed third in the second tier of professional football in Trinidad and Tobago among 21 teams. And they are now into the playoffs soon. They have 2 more games in the group stage, Coach. Right, one tonight, and I encourage all persons, even those who are from far and wide, you can go to the UTT Omero this evening at 6 o'clock and see our UTT FC play against Malabar FC this afternoon. Dr. Bridget Adams, all right, captain of the first Caribbean netball team, West Indies netball team. She's also the president of the Americas Netball Federation as well. And Dr. Adams has done tremendous work since 2007 to now in terms of developing the netballers at the university. Table tennis, again, I will not have to mention it, but I know you know the number, 13. Our track and field coach, who you will hear, she's a member of the panel. She also studied in the US on a scholarship. She's also the sprint coach of the national team, national track and field team. And we are pleased to have Miss Antonia Burton, a no-nonsense, well-dedicated coach for our track and field program. And Antonia is doing a tremendous job. And the quiet assassin, I like to refer to her as. Very quiet, but very demanding. And two of her athletes are here. And she would have coached our women football team to represent Trinidad and Tobago at the International University World Cup qualifiers in Uruguay late last year. And she's our national under-17 women football coach. Volleyball, Coach S.L.C. Chan. Is Coach Chan here? He's down to the back. All right, he's also the national under-23 women volleyball coach. Men under-23 and senior. So all our coaches are highly qualified, well-certified, and they work with our national program as well. Our rehab team, person who said our opening prayer, Mr. Adrian Palmer. And I'm sure all presidents and administrators of national sporting associations or organizations know this gentleman, Jelani Batiste. He's always requested, whether it be rugby, track and field, cricket, football, we get letters asking for the services of our physiotherapists for our national programs. And we always accede to the request because we believe that collaboration is the only way, and working hand in hand together with our associations and organizations is the only way we can succeed in developing our homegrown talent. Our SNC coordinator, another product of the University of Trinidad and Tobago, Angel Utley, she's not here with us this morning, but she was once a netball high performance scholarship student, and she's now doing her master's at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. Massage therapists, our athletic trainers, those are the persons you would have met at the registration booth. Ms. Shanice Gittings, another product of the University of Trinidad and Tobago High Performance Program. Mr. Mickey Ruben, who has the boast of being one of the massage therapists assigned to Usain Bolt some years ago. A fact, ladies and gentlemen, our athletic trainer, Ms. Rejan Shin. We have gym instructor, Mr. Renaud Lovell. And Renaud, please stand so that persons can see you. And Ms. Latalia Homer. I haven't seen Latalia this morning, but these are our gym instructors, and this complements our rehab team. This completes our rehab team. The success unit which we spoke about, Senior Sport Officer Mushtaq Mohammed, and Mushtaq is more than just a Senior Sport Officer. He's the Vice President of the International Volleyball Federation and has been in sport administration for 35 plus years. All right, that's Mushtaq Mohammed. Imran Jan. Most persons will know the name Imran Jan as a national cricketer. He was also the assistant coach of the Trinbago Knight Riders in the CPL, their most successful period, and he's a senior sport officer at the University of Trinidad and Tobago, and sport administrator extraordinaire. I refer to him as that because he worked under one of the best sport administrators and sport, who is that? May God rest his soul, Mr. Tony Harford, and he passed on all his knowledge and information to Nicholas, and we are all the better for it at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. And our groundsmen, none of that are here with us this morning. And you may ask yourself, what is in all of this for my athletes, as coaches, as PE teachers? These are some of the benefits as a high-performance student athlete at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. And these are some of the benefits that we are now able to give, even though when we started in 2007, there was so much more that we were able to give. All right? But because of the downturn in the economy, we still decided to keep the program, but with the limited resources, we still provide transportation for our athletes to and from training and competition and games. These are just some, and you can browse through. This one, free medical coverage for all injuries, very important, because we take the care of our athletes very seriously. And we know that, for example, last year in training, one of our footballers got an injury that required surgery. Surgery that was going to cost the parents $67,000 at one of our institutions. And because of this medical coverage, the university was able to give $50,000 towards that injury, and that athlete is now well on his way to recovery without the parents having to find that $67,000. I think that is a critical element for all athletes that are thinking about sport at the highest level. And as I said, access to a sports psychologist in Dr. Melville, who is doing some research, continues to do some research with our student athletes as well. Time off for training and competition without loss of status. So athletes may want to know, if I'm selected on a national team, do I have to miss classes? Am I going to be penalized? No. They will even be given additional time to graduation should they require. And what we have found is that our student athletes at the University of Trinidad and Tobago are excelling academically. They are excelling. We have student athletes with CGPAs of 3.8, 3.9. We had one table tennis athlete that had a perfect 4.0 GPA for his entire bachelor's degree from year 1 to graduation. So we know that that mix of academic and sport is possible. I was having a discussion with Mr. Serra this morning. We were identifying that not only is the focus on the curriculum so much academically inclined in terms of focus on maths, focus on the sciences, the business aspect of your life, but parents as well are demanding so much out of these athletes. In my day, which was not too long ago, we played sports up to standard 5 and did common entrance exam and was successful. We played sport and represented our institutions up to Form 5 and Form 6 and was successful. Nothing changes now. It's just a matter of dedication, commitment, time management, and the focus on being the best that you can be. What's in this for your athletes? International competition. This is our men's football team qualified to represent Trinidad and Tobago in Mexico 2022 at the University World Cup qualifiers and being the only team to defeat the mighty Argentina, courtesy of the coaching of Coach Clayton Morris. This is our women team in Uruguay last year.
Hi, good day. My name is Jesse Stewart, also known as College Boy Jesse, and I am a proud alumni of the University of Trinidad and Tobago Academy of Sports. A couple years ago, I received a scholarship from the university as a footballer, and this academy allowed me to not just perform at the highest level, but it provided the opportunity for me to try out for our national team and also be a part of our national team. So the Academy of Sports provided that foundation for me to be the best I can, both academically and also in athletics. I had the opportunity to represent our country, travel the world, and also the opportunity to further my education and receive a sports administration degree. What this degree did for me, after graduation, I was employed as a sport administrator at the Trinidad and Tobago Professional League. From there, it also provided that opportunity for me to be a part of the Caribbean Premier League as an administrator. So I had the opportunity to work alongside, sport administrators from across the world that were able to put on such an amazing, party in sport as we know as the Caribbean Premier League. Today, some of you may know me as College Boy Jesse, your reigning international groovy soca monarch, and my experience in UTT also provided that opportunity for me to partake in cultural activities, the soca competitions that they had throughout the years. And this is my testimony of my involvement with the academy, and I am proud and I acknowledge all that it have done for me, and I recommend it to anybody who would like to pursue sports at the highest level and also a solid background in education.
And I'm going to leave you now with the goal of the tournament in Mexico, our men's football team.
Con quién no está ahí muy fácil para él ante la presión de la Guay, pero viene una buena, va a llegar a línea de fondo, viene avanzando por este carril de la derecha. Samuel mandaba el centro, gol.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The University of Trinidad and Tobago, your preferred institution for athlete development.
Thank you, Mr. Pritchard, for that compelling showcasing of our athletes at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. Let me see. I'll move on to. So I hope that you all have enjoyed that presentation. Now we have come to the closing remarks for the first part of this segment. So I'd like to thank all our presenters and speakers this morning for their engagement and thoughtful contributions. From the welcome address to the insights shared by our University of Trinidad and Tobago leaders, it's clear that sport at UTT continues to be a powerful driver of opportunity, growth, and excellence, both on and off the field. We are grateful for the ongoing commitment of the coaches, the academic staff, the administrative team, and all those working behind the scenes to support our student athletes. Your dedication is what sustains the vision and success we've heard about today. As we now turn to our panel discussion, we are privileged to hear from some of the most accomplished individuals in sport, athletes, coaches, and leaders who will share their journeys, challenges, and their strategies that shape their success. This is your opportunity to gain real insight into what it takes to perform, to grow, and to lead in sport and beyond. We also invite you to actively participate during the question and answer session to follow. And so without further delay, let's welcome, well, we wouldn't welcome them as yet, but I will, 5 minutes? Go straight. Okay, so we will go straight into, and I would like to call on Mr. Pritchard to once again to welcome our panelists, distinguished panelists, who will start the conversation about developing homegrown talent in Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
So before we go into the panel discussion, we have two presenters who will give just their brief knowledge in terms of what is necessary for the development of homegrown talent. We have Mr. Ephraim Serrett, who will join us on stage now, and then we have Dr. Candice Thomas, who will give a short presentation on her research on development of homegrown talent. While Mr. Serrett is joining us at the microphone, I would like to invite our panelists, Coach Anthony Gray, former West Indian cricketer, who speaks highly about his development as a national athlete and West Indian athlete from right here in Trinidad and Tobago. He will be joined by Coach Ayana Russell. So our panel this morning is a mixture of persons who would have been beneficiaries of US scholarships and now returned home to be coaches, as well as those who would have been developed right here at home. Let me apologize. One of our panel members, who is our Olympic gold medalist, Keyshawn Walcott, sends his apologies because he has an injury and had to attend to therapy this morning. An injury that he had previously, and unfortunately, he will not be able to make it with us this morning. We also have our first Olympic gold medalist as a member of the panel, Mr. Hazley Crawford. So the first three persons I introduced were all athletes. Allow me to introduce now Mr. Tobias Otley, who is the head of elite athlete well-being at the Sport Company of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Otley, let's welcome Mr. Tobias Otley. Mr. Moriba De Freitas. Some of you may know, some may not, and he's tall, so you can imagine what sport he plays. It's not volleyball, unfortunately, SL, but he's a basketballer. He was a recipient of a basketball US scholarship on a national of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Otley. Mr. De Freitas. Last but not least, in terms of our, not last, sorry. Need that chair, additional chair. We also have on the panel this morning, Mr. Anton Cornell, Technical Director of the Football Association, Trinidad and Tobago Football Association. And last but not least, our no-nonsense, hard-on development, focus on, and she says to her athletes, trust the process. And they have now become so proud athletes of this coach that they question her no more. And I speak of none other than our track and field coach, Miss Antonia Burton. And while she's coming, I must highlight that Antonia Burton, our coach, would have been instrumental in the development of 15 of our national athletes through the sport of track and field. So Coach Antonia Burton, and last year in November, for the first time, Trinidad and Tobago produced a gold medalist on the international university stage in our University of Trinidad and Tobago's very own Umar Sandy, who is the defending discus champion, and he beat out all contenders at the International University Sport Federation competition in Colombia, winning gold in that tournament under the coaching of Coach Burton and assisted by some national coaches as well. So let's put our hands together for Coach Antonia Burton. We also have signing in with us this morning, Mr. Atto Bolan, quadruple Olympic medalist. He will be signing on the Zoom platform, and he will be a member of our panel. I now want to invite Mr. Ephraim Serrett, who will share with us his perspectives. And Ephraim has been an ardent advocate for the development of homegrown talent. As a matter of fact, I also want to mention that the University of Trinidad and Tobago, a couple of years ago, signed a memorandum of agreement with the National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago, NGC, and NGC proudly sponsored some of our track and field athletes, Umar being one, and that happened through discussions that were led by Mr. Serrett. So Mr. Serrett, on behalf of the University of Trinidad and Tobago, thank you very much. And that was part of his advocacy for the development of homegrown talent. So I now give you Mr. Serrett, and then we'll have Dr. Thomas, and then I'll introduce you to our moderator for this morning's panel discussion, Mr. Serrett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pritchard. Pleasant good morning. I want to, all the protocols that have been established. I will be very brief because I don't want the panel is already set here. But again, I would just share some experiences as a president of a federation, and as Mr. Pritchard indicated, my passion for developing our homegrown athletes. I can share what we would have done at the federation, and as he mentioned, NGC, we would have partnered with NGC to develop coaches in primary schools. So we took a program, primary school teachers, over 100 primary school teachers were certified with the intention of going back into the schools and developing the sport. As we know, the sport of track and field is the mother of all sports, run, jump, throw. Unfortunately, those teachers, I hope none of them are here, but they actually took the certification, and it was just for their CVs, personal things. So it didn't work. And I must thank NGC because they continue to partner with the Federation. They are actually our development partners, the National Gas Company. So we would have gone on, and in 2011, we developed a national kind of policy where we were looking to have a national technical director and set up coaches in all the school districts, costing quite a bit of money in the investment, but that did not work. And the last thing we did was we have a UT Lead program, which is churning out the athletes that are going to UTT now. So we decided to pilot with 10 junior athletes and have them prepared in a particular way so that they would achieve their true potential. Unlike myself, I don't think I would have achieved my true potential. I was not really too serious. It was fun for me back then, and I keep hearing the talk about back then and now. is totally different. We didn't have the type of distractions that we have now. We didn't have those distractions. I could give a little story where one of my friends told his nephew they want to go and play football. So while he outside with his boots waiting, his nephew inside with FIFA or something. So he thinking they're going to sweat in the savannah. They're sweating on the computer, and that's where we are now. That competition is one of the major challenges we have, and also with the parents not understanding the importance of sport and the value of sport, how it can get you a better quality of life. So even everybody in England wouldn't make it to World Cup or to the Olympics or to the podium, but you end up with a degree. I mean, I'm happy to hear students graduating with 4.0. That's great. I would have studied in the US as well. And it's the balance, it was easy back then, but it is a great challenge now. But I would want to leave more the remedies or the recommendations to the panel. It's a tough job. It's like pushing a big stone up a hill, because we have had a number of initiatives that we would have tried, and it just hasn't been sustainable. And that's one of our problems, the funding to sustain these initiatives and understanding the importance of sport, the value of sport. But in the National Association of Athletics Administrators, we continue to strive. And I mean, Deputy P.S. Mactier indicated we are at a juncture right now. We would have been taking teams to Olympics, and this is track and field, and to World Championships numbering 28 athletes. We have a World Championship coming up in September this year. Our team is not looking no more than 4. We don't even have a relay team qualify. Neither men 4x1, women 4x1, men 4x4. And we would have defeated the mighty US in 2017 at the World Championships, who would have won that event for over 10 years. And we'd have defeated them in 17 in London and went to China in 18 in the World Relays and defeated them. Today we don't have a relay team. We don't have any relay teams. And as I indicated, our team that will be heading so far to Tokyo in September is just 4. Sad. Very sad. But I will leave all the recommendations to the panel, and I just want to thank Mr. Pritchard for inviting me. I didn't know I was his mentor. I found out that this morning. But again, I am happy that we are addressing this, and I'm hoping it is not just one of those ordinary talk shops, because I've attended numerous of these sessions, and that's not happening. I have gone beyond dependent on government. As I indicated, NGC has been our major development partner for years. We started off with a 15 million over a 3-year period back then. Now it's just down to 1.5, and they expect the same deliverables, but that's how it is. We have also reached out to a prince from Saudi Arabia who was our guest here at the Carifta Games, and we're trying to work with them to see how we could get them to invest in Trinidad and Tobago. So those are just some of the things we are trying to do at the Federation. But again, thank you, Mr. Pritchard, for inviting me, and I await the panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Hi, good morning, everyone. All right, I would like to acknowledge all the distinguished guests, my colleagues from the University of Trinidad and Tobago, as well as my colleagues. I've worked at the Sport Company of Trinidad and Tobago. I see some of my Cuban colleagues as well, and coaching colleagues, so I really appreciate it. It's an honor to be here with you all. And I hope my presentation serves as food for thought and discussion. as I seek to provide like a more evidence-based perspective as it pertains to elite athlete transitions within the Caribbean. So I'm going to quickly break down this presentation into 3 sections. Okay, we're going to look at, first and foremost, the talent development environment, right? And in order to speak about athlete transitions within the Caribbean. And then afterwards, I'm going to break down some research that we have been doing for a couple of years now, and current research that we are doing in collaboration with the University of Technology in Jamaica on Caribbean athletes, both engaged individual athletes as well as athletes across team sports, so individual sports as well as team sports. Just to be clear, when I say engaged athletes, I'm speaking about athletes who had transitioned to the senior elite level and has had success at the elite level. And when I say dropout athletes, I speak about junior elite athletes who were unable to transition to the senior elite level for various reasons. And last but not least, I'm going to touch on some best practice recommendations according to international standards and what that says as pertains to how it pertains to the Caribbean and Caribbean athletes. All right, so in order to talk about athlete transitions, we must first talk about the talent development environment and what that entails, right? The talent development environment, from a holistic perspective, it is defined as a dynamic system comprising of both the micro level, meaning the immediate surroundings of an athlete, when we speak about like the club, the family, the peers, physical education teachers, the coaches, and how that influences the athlete, as well as the larger context within which these surroundings are embedded at the macro level. And this is when we talk about the sport federations, the national sporting culture, the government, and how all of that influences the athlete. A successful talent development environment is one that is described that teams and clubs, right, are able to manage to consistently produce high-level athletes on the basis of their junior programs and provide them with coping strategies in order for future transitions. When we talk about now athlete transition, this is the holistic athletic career model. And essentially what it does, it highlights the transitions throughout an athlete's career from childhood until they retire out of the sport. Right? It looks at the athlete from different athletic levels as well as the different developmental stages. So it's a holistic perspective. And what that means, it looks at for instance, the psychological level and the transitions that occur, as well as the psychosocial level, the academic and vocational level, and how that changes throughout an athlete's lifespan, as well as the financial level and the financial dependence at different stages. But the primary focus within research has been the junior to senior transition. And why is that so important is because there are multiple changes that occur at that specific time within an athlete's career, which makes it the most crucial time point within an athlete's career, and hence the reason a lot of support is required during that period. So for instance, during that period, the athlete is transitioning from adolescence into young adulthood. They're going from the secondary school level, most likely to the tertiary level. Family, there's less dependence on family, more on peers and partners and so forth. Family finance, there's less dependence. Now they're more focused on like whether it's scholarships, funding, or employment, as well as the intensity of both the training as well as competition, and is increasing. So all of these changes are occurring at this particular time point, and hence the reason there tends to be a lot of dropout and attrition during that period of time. So what does the research evidence show on Caribbean athletes? Right? I will briefly review the key findings of 3 qualitative research studies that have been done. Both 2 have been published. One, it's under review for publication that we're doing with the research team at the University of Trinidad and Tobago in conjunction with the University of Technology in Jamaica. So I'm just going to briefly run through it. Okay. So the first study looked at the factors influencing the early development of world-class Caribbean athletes. track and field athletes, right? And we started off doing research in individual sport. Track and field, as Mr. Surratt would have indicated, it's one of the most successful sports within the Caribbean region, right? And we wanted to investigate what were the factors that influenced world-class athletes to transition to the elite level and have success at that level. So for that study, we did interviews with 16 world-class athletes across 5 Caribbean islands, approximate age around 29 years, and across the different disciplines within track and field. When we say world-class, we are speaking about athletes who, all of which would have qualified or participated or medaled at the Olympic Games or the World Championship athletes. So we wanted the highest caliber of athletes across the region for this particular sport. The key findings from this research. So first and foremost, what we found was that the support network was a key element or the primary factor which influenced athletes' transition to the senior elite level. Family, the influence of family at the developmental stage was extremely important. Coach influence, meaning when we speak about coach influence, the coach-athlete relationship, we're speaking about the leadership qualities of the coach and how athletes perceive them. The peers, as well as, for instance, teachers and coaches as recruits. Athletes would have indicated that at the primary school level or at the early level, it was a PE teacher who would have identified or picked up on their talents and recommended them to go to a club or to the, or the school team. And that would have allowed them to transition from one level to the next before they got to the elite level. Another key factor was the sporting culture, the training and competition culture, both at the primary school level, which was more fun, less structured, and then more at the secondary school level, which became more demanding, and there was a greater structure, both at the competition and training level. And last but not least, the intrinsic qualities, the reasons for success, they primarily attributed it to intrinsic psychological qualities. For instance, their desire to succeed. They spoke about being goal-oriented, having key psychological skills, like grit and determination that allow them to push through the many setbacks they would have had throughout their sporting career. They spoke about the support system, and this entails the organizational support, where they would have received key organizational support at specific time points, whether it be through scholarships, funding, sponsorships, and so forth, that allowed them to transition to the next level. And then the sense of responsibility they felt to give back to their community. So just to quickly conclude with regard to this particular study, the key factors influencing elite athletes, senior elite athletes' decision to continue within the sport. They were supported by a complex network of individuals and organizations. They experienced and encouraged motivational atmosphere. It allowed them to continue to engage in the sport. And they possess specific intrinsic qualities that allow them to overcome challenges and pursue success at the highest sporting level. So once we were able to look at the world-class athletes and the factors that influenced their transition, we also had to look at, okay, what were the factors that allowed athletes to drop out of the sport, right? Again, we looked at track and field, and we looked at their motives for dropout of junior elite track and field athletes. Right? In this study, we looked at 11 former junior elite track and field athletes across 3 sporting nations within the Caribbean. These athletes, all of which would have either medaled or participated in the key junior competitions, like Carifta Games, World Junior Championships, and so forth, at the junior level, right? But they never transitioned to the senior elite level. So what were the key findings coming out of this study? So the primary factor that led to the dropout of these athletes was the inadequate support system. Athletes felt a significant financial strain on the athletes. They felt that there was a lack of industry support, so a lack of funding, a lack of sponsorship, and key features of the athlete development system, they felt failed them. Also, they spoke about lack of social support, so coming from their immediate support and their family, there was a lack of support at that level. And then as a lack of coach support. So they either didn't have good relations with their coach, so a poor coach-athlete relationship, and in some cases they didn't appreciate the coaching style, the leadership style of the coaches, which led to a lot of issues. Another key factor was the intensive sporting environment, where the training demands and the competition demands increased significantly because they were conflicting commitments with their academics and their personal demands. This eventually led to a lot of injuries, stagnation in performances, and the eventual withdrawal from the sport at the junior elite level. So the key findings of the second study, we found that the factors that led to the dropout of junior elite athletes in track and field were they experienced inadequate organizational and social support, which led to financial instability. They did not cope well with the increased training and competition demands, and they found it difficult to balance the academic and the sporting personal demands. And eventually they became demotivated, and which led to their premature withdrawal from the sport. So our third and final study we looked at is something that we're currently doing, and it's under publication at the moment. And it says we worked in conjunction with the University of Technology in Jamaica, along with my research team colleagues, Dr. Inns and Dr. Winter Adams of Jamaica. And essentially we wanted to see if what we found in previous studies, it translated into team and individual sports. So we looked at the factors influencing the junior to senior transition of Caribbean athletes who participate in both team and individual sports. What were the key findings? The participants for this study were 21 junior elite and senior elite athletes between 21 and 30 years. And the sports that we looked at were cricket, football, netball. And individual sports, we looked at swimming, cycling, and athletics across 5 Caribbean nations. Right? These athletes would have participated at the Olympic level, Olympic Games, World Championships, World Cups, Carifta Games at the junior level, as well as other junior competitions at the elite level. All were international and national athletes who represented Trinidad and Tobago. So what were the key findings? And I'm going to do a quick comparison with the previous research. So similarly, what was found was that for engaged athletes who were able to successfully transition to the elite level, the extrinsic factors that influenced them was social support, right? So good family support, coach, manager support, and they also spoke about the impact of role models and mentors. Right? From an intrinsic perspective, we saw a similar pattern as it pertains to they felt that these athletes possessed mental toughness, meaning grit and determination. They were very goal-oriented and had high self-belief, which allowed them to transition. For the dropout athletes, again, a similar pattern. They spoke about the issue of support, right? Speaking about the lack of sponsorship, lack of financial support. They spoke about the coaching deficiencies and the coaching issues that they had at that level, as well as from an intrinsic perspective, the lack of motivation as a result of they had a bleak outlook towards the future and a general loss of interest, which eventually led to their withdrawal. What was different as it pertains to the previous research on athletes is that with the team and individual sports that we looked at, they spoke about a sport organizational culture. And in this case, both engaged athletes as well as dropout athletes spoke about the inefficient sport ecosystem, meaning that they felt that the athlete development pathway that they was before them or they are part of, they felt that it was dysfunctional. And therefore, this in itself served as a major obstacle for them as it pertains to desiring to progress within the sport. And this was both elite, as meaning senior elite, as well as dropout athletes. To give more specifics as it pertains to this, when we speak about the inefficient sport ecosystem, meaning that is the athlete development pathway, right? So athletes specifically spoke about the, for instance, lack of facilities. I pulled out some quotes and codes that were recurrent within the study. For instance, athlete dropout number 5 spoke about, we still don't have facilities. So I knew within myself that if I wanted to reach that stage, migration would be my only option. Right? They spoke about the poor conflict management at national sporting organizations. athlete dropout number 6 spoke about, he said the management team, they were autocratic. They didn't want our inputs, and they thought, who are you to give any input to what was happening? Another key area that kept recurring within this study, within the themes, was the lack of transparency in each selection process, for instance, national teams. And both engaged as well as dropout athletes spoke about that. They would have indicated, I see it resonating with some athletes. They spoke about one athlete, a dropout athlete said, I decided to just, an engaged athlete would have said, people were favored over me. No matter what I did, they were favored over me. So athletes felt as though, regardless of their results, which were more objective and so forth, they were still not selected. There wasn't a clear, transparent approach as it pertains to the selection, and that in itself served as a discouraging factor as it pertains to wanting to continue to engage within the sport. And last but not least, they spoke about an unclear long-term vision. So athletes generally had a bleak outlook with regards to wanting to continue in the sport. An engaged athlete spoke about and said, for my teenage years, I became aware that the leadership of the association, or at least the system that was active in the association, it was just not beneficial. It wasn't beneficial to them as athletes. So just to give some context of when we said inefficient sport ecosystem, the athletes speaking about the organizational culture and how they perceived it as dysfunctional. Right? Just to conclude quickly on this particular study, so we found that engaged athletes were influenced by a positive social support network and possessed key intrinsic psychological qualities, which allowed them to cope with the difficulties of transition and overcome the stressors embedded within the Caribbean sport ecosystem. However, dropout athletes, they possess ineffective coping strategies paired with the lack of resources and excessive barriers from within the athlete development pathway, which led to their premature withdrawal from the sport. So last but not least, let me just speak about some quick best practice recommendations based upon the international sporting systems. All right, so when you're talking about best practice recommendations, one of the key elements we have to look at is the SPLIS model, right? Essentially, this is a conceptual model of 9 pillars of sport policy factors leading to international sporting success, right? And essentially what it serves as is a benchmark and a framework in which elite sporting systems across the world are evaluated in order to determine the level of success of that sporting system. So there are 9 pillars that have been found to be the key pillars, the key factors. So one pillar being, number 1, financial support, right? Simply put, as it pertains to investment, research shows there's a linear relationship between investment, financial investment within sport, and success and podium, for instance, medals. There's a linear relationship between the two. It cannot happen one without the other, right? The pillar number 2, they spoke about, let me look from here, because it's a bit, yeah. Pillar number 2, organization and structure of sport policies. Pillar number 3, foundation and participation. So they're not only speaking about high-performance sport, but sport for all, and how that system, that sporting system in that nation looks at sport in general. Pillar number 4 looks at talent identification and development system. How is that system? Pillar number 5 speaks about athletic and post-career support. Pillar number 6 looks at the training facilities. 7 looks at the coaching provision and coach development. Pillar number 8. Why am I not seeing pillar number 8? Scientific research. I think that's pillar number 9. Pillar number 9 is scientific research. International competition. Thank you so much. Right? So the countries or the nations who were able to score the highest across these pillars were deemed to be the most successful sporting nations. And obviously nations who score low in these pillars were the weaker sporting nations. Right? So what was done a few years ago was put forward through the research that we were able to do with the research team, a Caribbean sport development strategic plan taking into consideration the SPLIS model. And what does that specifically speak to as it pertains to us as a Caribbean nation and the development of sport? And it was developed across a 3-tier approach. I'm just going to quickly go through them. At level 1 government, what was recommended is strategic investment in sports, support policy coordination, as well as physical education, monitoring, and evaluation, as it was a key component within the SPLIS model. At level number 2, it looked at the implementation of safeguarding policies across the different sports, coach development and provision, and this looks at coach certification, licensing, as well as renewals across the board at the different levels, as well as training facility accessibility and upgrades as well. And then at the level 3, which speaks at both at the club and the school level, what can be done, we spoke about tertiary level transitional support, where essentially clubs or schools will link with, for instance, just like here we're talking about the high performance unit at UTT, where they're able to link with universities and develop relationships that would allow the transition of these junior athletes into a support program that would allow them to continue to develop to the elite level, if so desired, as well as that level talent recruitment and engagement. I cannot go into, of course, the details of this, but there is a report available in which you can go through and, it speaks more about what are the key best practice as it pertains to Caribbean athletes. So just to conclude, I was talking about it, but I didn't have it on it, yes? And so just to conclude, yeah? The key extrinsic and intrinsic and sport organizational factors were perceived to have influenced the engagement, progression, and transition experiences of Caribbean athletes, right? And there were identification of key barriers which faced by Caribbean athletes, which led to their premature withdrawal, and hence the reason we put forward some best practice recommendations. But the key thing if you want to take away anything from this research, right, and it's consistent with research on the international level, finding support research on athletes' perception of the organizational culture, how they perceive their athlete development pathway. If an athlete perceives that an organization considers their talent development and support as a key component of the organizational culture and their values, they are more likely to experience a positive transition to the elite from the junior level to the senior level. And conversely, if an athlete does not perceive themselves to be part of a supportive organizational culture, they may face the challenges of being in an environment that is bereft of that support, and which leads to their eventual withdrawal from that sport at the competitive level. Yeah, thank you for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's research done at the University of Trinidad and Tobago Center for Kinesiology, Physical Education and Sport. So you see, it's not simply all about the way we think, the way we feel. It's not anecdotal in nature, but data, rich data that will define and decide and determine our next best practices. And once we follow the data and the research and the information shared from the data and research, we are sure to be successful in developing our homegrown talent. I just want to say, I know Mr. Serrett indicated he hoped that this is not another talk shop, and I can assure you that it is not. Because this came out of, in 2020, when we were deciding how can we continue sport discussions to ensure sport does not fall by the wayside through the COVID pandemic. And we had some webinars, and coming out of the webinars, this was one of the recommendations. So we are actually implementing recommendations made then, and then we'll implement the recommendations made today. And continuous recommendations and implementation of same will see the success of the development of our homegrown talent. Thank you very much, Dr. Thomas. Let's put our hands together again for her. There are some persons who would have arrived late that I must recognize. We have our General Secretary of the Trinidad and Tobago Olympic Committee, who just landed in Piarco Airport and hired a taxi to bring her straight here today. And that's the commitment of the Trinidad and Tobago Olympic Committee to the development of homegrown talent. Miss Annette Knott, ladies and gentlemen. I also want to recognize among us Mr. Alexis Brown. Is Alexis here? Yes, he's standing in the back. Curriculum Officer of the Ministry of Education, and Alexis would have been instrumental in our PE teachers getting the approval of the CEO to be here this morning. So we didn't invite you just like that. We got approval from your Chief Education Officer, written approval, which was sent to some of you to ensure that you are not missing school without the due approvals. All right, at the University of Trinidad and Tobago, we do things the right way. And I was informed of doing that by somebody who is also responsible for my participation in sport, retired school supervisor, Ms. Denise Pritchard, my sister who is here with us this morning. All right, the reason I have so much speed is because of her. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to welcome on the Zoom platform Mr. Atto Bolden, quadruple Olympic medalist, who will be part of our panel through the online system. I want to invite our moderator, none other than Mr. Ryan Bechu, all right, senior journalist at CNC3. Mr. Bechu.
Thank you very much, Ian, and thank you very much for that welcome. As Mr. Pritchard mentioned, this convening is really 5 years in the making. Started around the pandemic with a few webinars, and it's really culminating in this very national conversation when it comes to sport. But on May 28th, this conversation became a little bit more urgent, became a little bit more important. Late on the evening of May 28th, the US administration ordered all its embassies around the world to halt US student visa applications. That was a dagger in the heart to scores of athletes in this country who have been applying and who continue to apply for US student visas to study abroad, to compete abroad. To the NCAA opportunities, to those wishing to balance student and academic opportunities, to those hoping to train abroad. It was a dagger in the heart to them. But something interesting happened in the 24 hours after the US president ordered that decision. On the local news, at least to my knowledge, while I was expecting scores of administrators and politicians to condemn the US administration's decision, something interesting happened instead. Instead, what was happening was, from government officials to politicians to particularly sports administrators, they began speaking about the need, the absolute need, to reorganize the way we do sport in this country to meet the demands of our athletes here at home, so that we don't have to depend on the US system or any other system for that matter. And so today becomes a lot more important than it was 5 years ago. And so I am honored to moderate this incredible panel that we have this morning. And I'd like to start with our Olympic gold medalist, Mr. Hazley Crawford, our first Olympic gold medalist. Mr. Crawford, if you had to analyze and state what homegrown talent and developing homegrown talent means in the context of Trinidad and Tobago sport, how would you?
Hello, right. Good morning. I have to say something first. You know, I was not invited to this function. Shortly, I'll be 75 years old next month, next 2 months. I am blacklisted by the press of Trinidad and Tobago and some sporting organizations in Trinidad and Tobago, blacklisted. But I felt, when I heard about, Ephraim told me about this activity, and I felt I should be here, because after 75 years, I finished with it. Because I tried too long. I can recall for the past 21 years, we have been trying, unless that happens, we're going nowhere with this. The Minister of Sport and the Minister of Education should be here. Should be here. Thank God we have And please, I'm not talking, there's no politics here. 25 years I've been trying for this to happen. Just what is happening here. And we have one person missing. But I hope that the minister will speak to his other Minister of Education. We have, I must say that the sport development of UTT is a well-kept secret. Well-kept secret. But one of the reasons why we are not developing, why everyone will say that we have no artists for next year, let me take two sports, track and field and football. One, if on any Saturday morning you go around in Savannah, QRC, St. Mary's, anyone, on a Saturday morning between 9 and 12, you see thousands of children playing football. But when you look at the secondary school sport, you're not seeing the true development of sport. You're not seeing it. Why? Because we have these young people playing sport, but some of those coaches are not trained. I hope the Football Association will come forward and ensure the only way you can go there with them young people is to have them trained. Mr. Cornell, that is your work. Track and field. No, I am very serious this morning. I will. Track and field. You know, we have this thing, over 20 years ago, we trained 120 athletes, NGC, 120 athletes. Most of them teachers. We did interview them, and like Sarah said, 90% of them just put the thing on the wall. But I will tell you this, the track and field training program is a 17-day activity, 17 days of theory and practice. But what happens in Trinidad? After 17 days, they're a coach. You cannot be a coach in 17 days. You cannot. Up to in the United States, France, and all the top of the world, they have the same 17 days program, same program. The difference is after you finish the 17 days, you are assigned to a coach, a senior coach. And for 1 year to a year and a half, sometimes 2 years, then you're certified. And some of these coaches right here in Trinidad, they can't even speak to them. They cannot even speak to them because they feel they know it all. They don't. I went to the stadium this week, Saturday gone. And I left because I was tired of seeing athletes running all how they cannot run 200 meters, young people. And this is welcome. Mr. Minister, you need to get your other minister here. Unless this is just a talking shop. The footballers, as I said, please certify these young people. That are the service to our young people. And there's one more thing. You all mentioned you have a program in terms of young artists and injuries. We are losing them. Because an MRI is between $3,000 and $7,000. So when a young man from somewhere, not very rich, a young man cannot really go and get anything done. He's going to finish. He's finished. My wife is a teacher. And if you see the kind, please, you have to look at the food feeding program. You have to look at that. Because if you see what they're eating, some rice and a piece of chicken. Not even a little piece of greens inside of there. That is one. I think I'll stop here, but we have a lot to say. But
thank you very much, Mr. Crawford. I think it's a good time for us to bring in Mr. Cornell into the conversation. You did mention, and he's a technical director, long-standing technical director of Trinidad and Tobago football. Mr. Cornell, if you can talk us through coaching the coaches, as Mr. Crawford brought it up, and the need for proper development of homegrown athletes, but particularly as it regards to the coaches.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the comments, Mr. Crawford. It's interesting to me because the way we get the message out to the masses is through coach education. And I think this is one of the areas in the Trinidad and Tobago Football Association that we have actually been the strongest, not just in Trinidad, but in our region. I'm now thinking we probably did not do a good enough job to get the information out of what is being done. In 4 weeks' time, we have arguably one of the best pro licensed coaches coming to run the first ever pro licensed course in our region, coming right here at UTT with TTFE to run that course for coaches in Trinidad, Jamaica, a couple in the US and a couple in England. So I'm just starting at the top and then I will trickle it down. 4 months ago, we were accepted by CONCACAF at the A license level. Only 2 countries acquired that level and status in CONCACAF. It was Canada and Trinidad and Tobago. Coming out of that, there must have been a foundation, and the numbers may not be exact, but I think we have now done over 120 coaches at the B level, over 400 coaches at the C level, and then too many to call at a D/C prep level. But what is important about this? We can't improve the game if we don't improve the coaches. But it's not enough. We are seeing other areas that's outside of the coaches' hands. Infrastructure. When we don't have good fields. I had a discussion with Steve McLaren from Jamaica, and he said, how on earth are you producing players and the fields are not good? We will only learn to react based on a bad field. Your decision making will always be 2 seconds behind. And he was just listing out all the areas. So we are finding, what do? We fix coach education, but what about the supporting factors that we have no control over? I had a lovely conversation 2 weeks ago with our Parliament Secretary, Mr. David Naked, who I don't hide is a very good friend of mine. And it's amazing, his exact sentiments was, we need to get better fields in the country. Better fields that's accessible. I think most of our academies, we have 160 registered academies, they all have qualified coaches. Every single one of them. I look at our high school league, they all have qualified coaches. I bring it to the now, Denzel Theobald, first-time coach, just won our pro league. A licensed coach out of Trinidad and Tobago. Jamaica, Cavalier, winner of their pro league, A licensed coach from Trinidad and Tobago. So when we see that, we have opened the door to 31 countries to come in. But coach education is only one part of the puzzle that's missing. So we have to do our part, and I'm happy that this is being done, because too many times the high-performance athlete is not seen or treated in a way to prepare them to play against the best in the world.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cornell. Do we have Atto? Can I bring in Atto in the conversation now? Atto, if you are hearing me, I'd like to ask you, what are the biggest challenges here in TNT in getting our athletes to the international level? Oh, we don't have him as yet. Well, I'm going to throw that question to Mr. Tony Gray down at the end. What are the biggest challenges to getting our local athletes, particularly our junior athletes, to the international level in this country?
All right, good morning, everyone. Let me just say, first of all, I'm happy to be here because I'm among people who have the same goal, which is to improve people's lives. The question is a good one. I think that the first things first is that we have to do the analytical research. And I must compliment Dr. Candice Thomas for that wonderful and comprehensive presentation, because it shows emphatically what we need to do. Let me just relate it to cricket and West Indies cricket. And I know that a lot of people here love West Indies cricket and are passionate about West Indies cricket. I once told Jimmy Adams when he got the job of director of cricket in the Caribbean that we must set up a research unit. I think that everybody will agree that it is important to have the knowledge first of all. It's then important to have the knowledge and then how to implement the knowledge. And I think that we have not done the analytical research. To me, if we have had great sportsmen and women like the late Steve David, he is the Crawford here, Brian Lara, then we can do it again. What creates success is what we have to understand. What we have not done in West Indies cricket, for example, is understood success. What we have done is emotionalized failure. All the time we talk about why the West Indies team is not doing well, and in the past we've dominated world cricket for over 15 years, and we have not analyzed what created success. In my estimation, traveling the world and going on workshops, what we have done is done the right things, right? The logical sequential path to progress from the playground to the international arena was witnessed during those dominant times. But we shun it away and we embrace misconceptions. Now, first of all, Ryan, we have to disintegrate misconceptions that it's natural talent. It is talent, attained talent. And if we understand through research, we'll find that a lot of different things combine to bring an international athlete to peak performance and success. So the first things first is what created Brian Lara. Is Brian Lara naturally gifted? Is it a God-given talent that he has? Or did he go through the logical sequential path to progress? From the playground, where you had critical thinking games at the age of 12 and under, and then the science of cross-training, did we not do that as young people? And Ken? We did those things as young people. So we had the critical thinking games on the 12 level, and then after we had cross-training. I went to a workshop in Houston, Texas, Vern Gambetta, sent by the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs. And he talked about hopscotch. He talked about marble pitching. Those are critical development games that we don't see again. Scooch, well, they call it dodgeball. And it's banned in the States now because of insurance. And people could get injured. So we had all those things, critical thinking games at the under 12 level, and then we played different sports. I played football, right, Anton? Intercol final against Fatima, the ball rolled through my leg, that's another story. I played basketball. I was a goalkeeper. So Vivian Richards put me in slip because I had the ability to dive and take catches. So when I look back in a state of introspection, everything worked well. So we have to do the analytical research on the individuals that were wonderful athletes, but we have not. So we are embroiled in ignorance, first of all, and the first things first is getting people who really care about sport in the country. The last thing I want to say is that we constantly talk about coaches' education, player education, athletes' education. We don't talk about administration education. We falter badly in this country when it comes to sport education and the administrators. We need to educate our administrators how to be proper sport administrators, because it's an intricate, very complicated thing. You're not just dealing with player development, but you're dealing with the marketability of the sport, getting monies into the coffers of the sport, understanding how to deal with parents and the support that parents has, understanding that the change in society has brought about the change in psyche of our young people. We don't beat again. We don't share licks again. There's no corporal punishment again. Right? The society has changed tremendously. So it's not just about education, but it's about continued and further education of everybody that's involved in the sport. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Gray. As you mentioned it, Mr. Cornell just whispered across to me he's glad that you continued in cricket, but we'll come back to that after. Antonia, you having been a former athlete, now you're into coaching, but what are some of the support systems that you were happy with while you were an athlete, but also some of the gaps that really ought to be filled?
Good morning, everyone. So as someone who studied in the US, in the NCAA system, I think that's one of the biggest challenges in Trinidad and Tobago. Our support system is not the most ideal. It's almost, I'll say non-existent in terms of it being a system. We have individuals, we have physiotherapists, we have massage therapists, we have nutritionists, but we don't have systems. And that's one of my biggest challenges right now as a coach. It's very difficult to convince an athlete with elite level talent to remain in a country where we struggle to find competent, for example, as a coach. What we need is communication, and that comes with systems. So if I have an athlete who is injured and there's an external physiotherapist that we have to send them to, then there's no feedback, no communication as a coach. Hey, this is what you need to do. This is where the athlete is at. It's not a system of communication, and I'm going to be very, I guess, frank. We have a lot of PE teachers, coaches in here, but we don't really have much support staff in here. And I think they are a huge part of getting what we want done. There are a lot of individuals that are very good at their job, but individuals being very good at their job don't create a very good team, right? I think, and I'm glad the Secretary of the Parliament is here from Ministry of Sport. I think, speaking about support systems, as a country, we are very good at cutting ribbons, opening facilities, but we are not very good at maintaining them and making them accessible. We have sport company here. We have two national stadia named after track athletes, and one of them is only used for football because the track is now concrete. We have another national stadium named after our gold medalists, where, when Mr. Cornell say football had to run, the track athletes had to run out of it. So I think it's just a bigger picture, a bigger conversation that needs to happen. Coaches can be educated from now until, but if the educated personnel don't come together to make something happen and make a system, make a team, it's not going to happen. I think Jamaica is very good at that. The top track and field club in Jamaica, MVP, have all their people in there with them. They don't have to go out and look for anything. They have their own electronic clock. I went to Jamaica last month for a track meet with UTT. The top high school in Jamaica has a Mondo track. They don't have to go and run in the savannah and train. And again, hopefully Mr. Pritchard will get vexed with me. I told Mr. Pritchard, this panel is great. I'm all for it, but if we don't invite corporate sponsors, we're wasting time. None of us in here have the capability of building a $6.5 million track on a high school. And there's only so much we can ask the government. So in terms of support systems, Ryan, I think we have to look at all of that. And it's difficult as a coach, as an ex-athlete, to see what our young athletes have to go through. When you go to the NCAA system, they don't have to worry about going on a taxi stand and waiting half an hour to go to training. As soon as school is done, they walk directly onto their track, and that's what happened in Jamaica high schools. Jamaica, when I went to that track last month, their dorms are on the school compound. They sleep in school. They walk out of class, go to their room, change, and walk onto the track 2 minutes away. They don't have to ask their mother for money for transport. They don't have to say, tongue flood, we can't come training today. So as I said, unless we have every single support system, including the people who can spend the money, it'll be difficult, but it's good to start the conversation.
Some really, really excellent points from Antonia. Thank you very much for that. And to our panelists, please, I think I speak on behalf of Mr. Pritchard. It is an honest conversation. It is a difficult conversation to have, and we want to have that difficult conversation. So you do not have to feel as though you have to hold back in any way. Tobias, I want to come to you because specific to that point that Antonia made, we have so many, we're not short of facilities in this country. How do we connect all of the facilities that we have to really hone our homegrown athletes and use it to the benefit of this nation's sports?
Good morning, all. So I will start by cautioning that the facilities is not my area. I think we've all alluded to, and I think we're dancing around the conversation that, you know, there is a huge financial element. Antonia has referenced the NCAA system, but they also have the influx of revenue when you have thousands of fans coming to watch a college game, high school games. We don't have that, right? So the system itself goes beyond, well, the government needs to maintain the facilities and the government needs to make the facilities accessible. If we want to be honest about a sporting ecosystem, we need the fans, we need the concession, we need the merch, we need everything else that builds and feeds into the system, that encourages. So I listened to a young swimmer saying yesterday to her mom, well, I just wanted to pick a college that has a nice uniform. Once the colors look good on me, I'm happy, you know? And sometimes, you know, when you look at those things, you realize that there's a lot more that's just missing people. In terms of the facilities, I'm not going to sit here and say that, yes, we have it on lock. There's a lot that needs to happen, but there are things that are happening, I guess, behind the scenes in terms of prioritizing funding on any fiscal year. And sometimes there will be a situation where there's not the allocation to maintain the facility, but you have the allocation to just run the facility. And that in itself, it's its own complicated management that's required. The majority of NGBs that access the facilities, it's waived fees, so there's no revenue that's coming in there either. So I think it goes way beyond just, well, expecting the taxpayers to cover it, because it's the same pot of money that's covering education, that's covering health, that's covering everything else. And we are well aware of what the global financial situation is right now.
That. And let me just put this out very quickly to the panel. If there is any point that you want to reinforce or even oppose or want to add to, please, you can do that. Raise your hand and add. You do not need my permission. But I do want to bring Ayana Russell into the conversation. Now, Ayana, let's focus in on that financial point, because it is a point that we're going to sort of dive very deep into. From your experience and watching the environment in which sport now thrives in this country, where are we at in terms of corporate support? What is lacking in terms of from sporting organizations in getting that corporate support to harnessing the extreme potential of corporate support in this country? And what do we ought to do to get corporate TNT, quite frankly, on board with our sporting organizations?
Good morning, everyone. I think that as a coach, that's one of the most frustrating things for me. I demand a lot from my athletes, and when I can't give back to them, you know, as Antonia said, in terms of they can't get to training. You see that they want to, they are willing to, and as I said, this is why I'm here. I hope that UTT could get back to where we were in terms of the, as she would say earlier, being able to have housing. Because if we have housing, you know, they can't say, well, flood, or I can't get to the training, or things like that. So in terms of financial assistance, I think that is one of the areas for us at UTT. We could only do so much as coaches, as administrators. You know, we really need the support of corporate Trinidad and Tobago on the national setup also. And I think Defense Force does it well, where they market their players better. When I think of ways that I could market my athletes, I think of maybe food vouchers through Extra Foods, Digicel, picking up some of my athletes as brand ambassadors. So I think in terms of the financial side of it, I think we don't market the athletes as much. We don't get them involved in any communities and different things like that, like the Soca Warriors. That's a perfect way to bring out our athletes as brand ambassadors, where you have thousands of people viewing, you know. So I think in terms of the financial side of it, for me, it's the marketing. And there's only so much that the Ministry of Sport could do. There's only so much that Sport TT could do. So for me, I would say in terms of the financial of the financial side of things is more to market our athletes a little bit better. And also for the athletes, clean up your social media. Because when I look at some of my athletes and their social media, I'm like, if I am a sponsor, there's no way I want you in my brand. So I think that is also something that as coaches, we should encourage our athletes to clean up their social media. Because now even in the US, in terms of visas, they want access to your social media. So these are just little things that maybe we could help. I think it will take some time to get corporate TNT and other sponsors on board. But the little things in terms of marketing, for me, that's usually what I would encourage my athletes to do. So I could take them out and get others to see what I see in them. So.
I'm going to focus in on that financial point a little bit more, but first I want to get Mariba's take on that same question. Mariba, obviously, he traveled to the United States on a basketball scholarship. Mariba, a penny for your thoughts.
Morning again, everybody. Firstly, Mr. Pritchard, a little disappointed when he was talking in the sports, they leave out basketball. Little disappointed. And while I'm speaking on basketball and the development of basketball in Trinidad and Tobago, I'll just to take 2 minutes to shout out Coach Jackson Charles in the back. Coach, just stand up a little bit, please. Reason why I take time to acknowledge him on this stage is because I think he has been in basketball for 30 years. He has been developing the young minds, the young athletes of Maloney Gardens, where I was born and raised from. So I will always take time to shout him out on any platform I am at. Right? In terms of the physical education standpoint and the school standpoint, there's a lot of things lacking. The development is not there. We talk about the administrative aspects of the things. What about the officiating aspect? We leave all the people who actually is in charge of running the games on them. They also need to have some type of training sessions, I guess, get proper knowledge of the game. We don't want them in the dinosaur times where the game is constantly evolving and the athletes who are spending time on their craft to develop their game, they are being put in a box because the officials don't really know the game that well. Being an international athlete, I was blessed to play at Division I school. Not many people in Trinidad and Tobago who get scholarships would be able to play on a Division I platform. These are the highest level of sports in the America. We talked about the NCAA. The whole program is different where they give, my scholarship was close to $4 million TT dollars. In business management, started in economics. But they gave us athletes those money to invest in us. But they also expect us as athletes to show why we are worth that particular amount of money, that investment in us. All right. So in doing that, when they were willing to show that level of investment in us, we as athletes now show that level of commitment back to them and want to get better for ourselves. All right. The difference between America sports or any sports to me outside of Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean is as simple as the consistency we put in the sports and the hours we log in the sport. I always believe it's always me versus me in the sports. I always try to do better than me the day before. Reason being because when I outdo myself all the time, every time, when I'm in front of an elite competition, there is no competition, right? And that is one of the things our athletes in Trinidad and Tobago need to understand. To become an elite athlete, it has to start with the mindset. You have to be disciplined in your craft. When I was a Division 1 athlete, at 6 o'clock in the morning, I am already up in the gym functioning, working. I have class at 8, class is finishing at 12. I get a little break to leave early because I have practice at 12. All right, I have to hustle to practice, then I have practice from 12 to 4, but I have class at 4. I get a little blind to leave class early to eat, then I have to hustle to class. I have from class from 4 to 7. For after class, one would think the day is done. No, it is not. We have something called individuals where they focus on your weaknesses, all right? That is like 2 hours after the day. One would think after that the day is done. No, you still have to study. You still have to revise. Studies will take me up to close to 12 o'clock most days. And I'm an island boy, so I have to socialize a little bit, all right? That's a little bit. But with that being said, that is the day in the life of a Division 1 athlete that I think most athletes in Trinidad and Tobago don't understand the commitment and the time you have to put into that. And not only that, to the support system behind the athlete, because every parent think it's easy. The mental strain on the athlete is nothing to deal with, but the support system, not having a support system there, because I have days I feel not to go to practice, I feel not to go to class, but in that aspect now, we have to go to class and we have to study because it's a bigger picture and what we're trying to accomplish. So being a chance to experience a Division 1 school in the United States of America, Malibu, California, sorry, it was an eye-opening experience, and I would always tell every athlete in Trinidad and Tobago, log your hours, always you versus you, and be disciplined in the craft.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Moriba. I'll come back to you, Mr. Cornel, and ask you, if you had to give me one policy, one investment that you think can really significantly change the way we improve development of homegrown athletes in this country, what would you say it is?
I will say it's early exposure to the international game and not wait till we go to the first level of competition in whatever sport as the first time a player is being exposed. If we can create opportunities for players to have enough exposure, they will have a proper yardstick so they're able to go back to their craft and work at the level that's needed, but not see that level when it's in competition. I think that's one of the key areas that we have seen success when it's been done, and when it's not done, all we saw was talent.
Mr. Crawford, I'll ask you the same thing. If it's one policy or one investment that could really change the way we develop homegrown athletes in this country, what would you say that would be?
Food. Hello? Yeah. If you go back over 40 years when we had Gali and all those top players, and we're doing quite well in sport. Not only in track and not in football, but all sport. Go and look at it. It's there. They came from Labre, Point Forte, Mayaro, Tobago. Food. I'm going again. Jamaica. We talk about Jamaica and Jamaica. Fine. The reason why Jamaica is doing so well is as a result of food. If you see a Jamaican breakfast, if you see when I went to about 15, 16 career games, I followed Bolt. And I used to sit in the stand because when I go, when they put me in the stand as a VIP. I said, but they're beating us, why? And I went down and looked at them closely. You see a 15-year-old Trinidadian and a 15-year-old Jamaican. The Jamaicans are bigger. Why? Because of food. Food. I ran well because my father was a rabies inspector. So therefore, in the country, I get a lot of dashing and yam, fruit, and the wild meat. The food I ate during my junior years, and my brothers and sisters, 11 of us, they couldn't eat that, you know. It's a different piece of food. Completely different. Food is so important. And our coaches, our artists forget food, and the next thing they forget, rest. Rest.
Tony.
Yeah, I like the fact that you talk about food. But the most important thing, in my opinion, is the attitudes of our youngsters. The most important system you could have is the internal system. It is really not the external system. The external systems complement the internal system. So where's the motivation going to come from these youngsters to want to be a part of sport? Education is important, obviously, so we have to educate the people that impact them. They could either impact them positively or negatively. But attitudes need to change, because you can have all these facilities and you don't have the right attitude, the athletes would not progress. So what are we going to do? Proactively, we have to look at the primary school system and not just implement things to make them better on the field of play or academically, but go back to the old days where there had to be a lot more discipline. I think one of the great things that happened to us and people before us is that the right thing happened. The community brought up the child. And everybody was a part of the proper attitude building of the child. So that would transfer to any sphere of life, including sport. So what do we do in primary schools? How do we build the attitudes? Because what we see now in schools, real indiscipline. We've seen fights in schools. In my day, they had fights, but not like what we see now. And we've seen people taping or videotaping the fights. They're not calling for people to come and intervene. So the attitudes have changed significantly, and the internal person has changed. The psyche is really about a self of wanting. They feel a self of wanting now. A lot of young people feel that they should get things easy. If you make things easy for them now, it's going to be very hard for them later on. And we are not going to impact the country positively. So we have to look, and I like the point about the Minister of Education being here. Because what happened some years ago with myself and Mr. Pritchard is that we wanted to have a coordinated effect on sport. And the only way we could do that is to get people like the Minister of Education, the Minister of Security, because we're talking about crime here too, and the Minister of Sport to come together to try to analyze things, first of all, assess things where the country is concerned and the attitudes of people, and then try to devise systems to implement that we will disintegrate the ills of our society. When I was working at the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs, I spoke about getting boxing into the risk areas. Let them cough it out. Let us get some world champions, right? So what are we doing about the attitudes? Is the education system the right thing to bring about the proper attitudes initially? And once we have the proper attitudes, then the motivation will be there for hard work. And let me just talk about one thing, about self-motivation. When you analyze self-motivation, it doesn't start with self. It starts with the environment. It starts with a human being. I could look back in a state of introspection and realize that I had wonderful mentors, including my father, including my coaches at St. Augustine Senior Comprehensive. I was overjoyed in '76 to see my good friend, and my friend in so many different ways. We both have bad knees. Here's in Crawford. I was overjoyed. I was about 13 years old. So all these people impact. And what's going on now, for example, I was happy to tell Chris Derrin, the CEO of the West Indies Cricket Board, that he's inviting young children now to go and watch cricket free. So we're inspiring them from young. But the education system has to change. It is not only about academics, it's about playing, enjoyment, it's about disintegrating the stresses of young children. It's about understanding the principals, must understand the supportive systems, sport, religion. Let's put it back in school so we create the right internal attitudes so we get the external benefits.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Gray, for that. Touching on a very important point that Dr. Thomas actually found in her findings, in her own research, that important first step being family, being the community, and harnessing young athletes as well. I want to come back to a point that Mr. Ephraim Surratt made in his contribution, in his presentation a little bit earlier, and I'll throw it to you, Mr. Cornell. He talked about the difference, particularly the distractions that athletes nowadays have as opposed to when you guys played sport. How vastly different and more difficult is it for younger athletes now that we are trying to homegrown to the international level, for them to make it to the international level than it was in your time?
It's interesting. I hope you're asking me that because of my age, that I'm able to compare and contrast. Our players now are more excited to go home to play PlayStation than to train in the field and do the real thing. You know, I just heard about food. I like to bring a realistic situation. 2 years ago, we did go to Jamaica, and they found me in Jamaica and complained that that's not breakfast. So I told them to send me a picture. It was cassava, green fig, stewed chicken, plantain, and some vegetables. And I said, what a breakfast. It's changing. It is changing. The young player comes a little bit entitled. And that's okay. We have to understand that new player, and we have to meet their needs. It's not going to change. This is what's unfolded to them. We have to find ways as leaders how we can reach them, how we can make them part and parcel of our bigger vision, and let them walk that pathway with us. What we have had in the past was leaders that, and I know Tony mentioned it, that were real mentors, where you had a mentor to guide you, to be able to advise, not advise. That there is missing, where they are mentoring each other. And it's based on social media. And we have to find ways. One, how do we reach out to them best? What are their needs? Could we make them part and parcel of the solution? The solution is not about us. It's a solution, what's best for them. That is where we are. And even though we might have accomplished years ago, we have to learn from it. But we have to be prepared to make change also as coaches, as administrators, as stakeholders. If they don't see all of us coming together for one goal, why do we want them to come together for that same goal?
Excellent. We are going to take questions now from the audience, and I know that you maybe have a lot of questions. There's a mic right in the middle, but just before we start taking questions, Senator David Naked wants to have a few minutes to say a few words. Senator Naked, I'll invite you here because we have our friends in the media at the back.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to just say to my mentor, Hazy Crawford, I too was not invited. Neither was, and that shows no shade at anyone. I know our DPS is here, but we were not invited, and I find that very strange. I'll leave it at that. What I would like to say is that everyone who contributed, all of your presentations form part of what we need. Interestingly enough, what Anton spoke about there, what he meant is that the leaders have become disconnected from the ground. I think this is what Tony said. We become disconnected from the ground. And why that is important is that the ground informs. The ground informs. You speak to the ground, you get information. From on top, they dictate. And that's what happens to us in Trinidad and Tobago. From on top, they dictate, and we become disconnected. So what we have to do is get back to the ground. How do we do that? Community. But for community to thrive, to continue to exist, you must have creed. You must have a belief. We don't have that anymore. I think someone spoke about that. So if community has creed, then we have something, an ethos, that we can all coalesce around. We can say what we used to have about mentors in the community, people we looked up to, people who stop you from drinking, people tell you, come, go, let's go train. Now we have, let's go party. Let's go as stink and dirty. Right. We all know that. So what do? We have to take it to the schools. Why? We are a faith-based country. We still are, thank God. And all that faith-based comes from our schools, from our communities. So if we don't fix the schools and the communities in the way that from the organization, from the ground up, because I don't want to get too technical, but when you have the ground up and you have the executive coming down, you'll reach a point where there's what we call a perceptual threshold, where that level of perception where we can say, yes, we are here, and we're going to take it forward. We're going to take all the values at that perceptual threshold. We're going to work with that. Because if you just come from the ground, and you don't come from on top as well, you're not going to have the funds and resources that we so desperately need. So that's what we intend to do. That's what I intend to do. That's why 2 weeks ago, I met with some of the most creative people that I know at the ministry to find out how do we take Trinidad and Tobago forward in a meaningful way, not just the workshops that we mentioned, but how do we take it forward to have our athletes, student athletes, go to meet the moment at the international level. So that's what we're doing. One, because to be honest, if all that we spoke about, I can bring 10, 15 players who I grew up with, and their whole life story informs everything we spoke about. I grew up with, I'll give you an example. We talk about transportation. My transportation was here, back and from training, and it's not. That's my transportation. Meet me in St. Mary's Gong, drop me in Shafley. Meet me in Shafley, drop me to St. Mary's Gong. That's the transportation you all talk about in UTT. In other words, we always had that social support. Dr. Candice Thomas, where are you? Give her a round of applause. What a presentation. I could take that and put that directly into national policy, because it has everything that informs us. What we mean, everything that informs us. I thought it was brilliant. Someone mentioned about we should be part of the curriculum, not extracurricular. Who said that? Wonderful, Mr. Maharaj, wonderful. We have to realize as we go forward, as Anton said, to meet the people that we care about, which are our youth, we have to realize that we can't be rigid in our thinking anymore. We can't. I mentioned to someone, we have a big savanna in Port of Spain, and we don't use it. We don't use it. We just see it Saturday and Sunday, what Hazy talk about. That savanna, if you put 3 different hubs around that savanna, and you make that savanna where we coexist with it, not we just run around it and watch it on the inside, we can have a viable hub of activity going on within that natural green space that we have. But when you tell people that, oh, you messing with the savannah for? We like that. They wanted 100 years later, they want to still be watching the savannah, a coconut vendor, and watching the grass grow. And what does that mean? Also a cultural change from us. If we want to inform our children, we also have to have a cultural change as parents, where we realize that, hey, this world is changing. Our youth need, in order to reach or meet that moment at college level or at international level, at professional level, we need to change the way we think. All of that, what Hazy talk about, the food, what he means is the nutrition, basically. All of that is essential and intrinsic to how we go forward as a people. But how do we get people to change the idea that KFC is our national dish? or doubles is our national dish. I'm not hitting doubles or KFC, go and eat what you want. But you have to realize that if you want to meet that moment, and that is important, as an athlete, you can't think like a civilian. We are not civilians. I did not grow up as a civilian. I was an outlier. And I hope you all know what that means. I grew up in Champlain. That means within 400 meters of where I grew up, I had access to 3 of the best fields in Trinidad. I could have go down to Carib before Sabga and them close it down. That go make the papers. I could have go left to Wassa. At that time, Wassa was one of the best fields. Or I could have just go up Mount the Road to Whitco, which was one of the best fields in the world. Ken? When you have access to that, you are outlier immediately in Trinidad and Tobago, because you're playing on good pitches wherever you go. Also, I had the luck, no one coached me until I was 15 years old. And look at this, the first coach I had was his dad. And if you know what, you could say what you want about Alvin Coney, that was coach. We haven't given him his flowers, but that was coach. In other words, all those circumstances exist to me. We have to make those inherent to all those that follow us. They must naturally have those things, a field wherever they want. That means we can't be looking at the stadia, national stadia. We have to make all those community fields at international level that somebody coming out of their house could say, yes, I go in and train at my community field where I don't have to travel from, where do you travel now? From Siparia, from Toko to come down to that's madness. Times have changed. Where people getting up at 4 to reach St. Mary's grounds in order to train. No. We have to make the community fields meet the moment that we need our athletes to reach. We need our student athletes to reach. And just one more thing, where we spoke about the pathway. How do we get that pathway where we go from being athletes in Trinidad and Tobago to international athletes? We had very good suggestions about the coaching, education, all of that. The pathway is one. We have to build harder boys and girls, tougher boys and girls. And that's what I liked about Dr. Candice's presentation. You have to have that grit and determination that no matter what comes in your way. I mean, again, I could give you life stories of Barry Henderson, Dexter Skeen, Anton Cornell. All were the same. All were determined to find their way. There wasn't a coach that I met in my career that liked me who I liked. All you know that. I didn't like none of them. Because by nature, I'm a rebellious guy. By nature. And some people like that. How do you deal with that? You could find a coach who might be able to deal with that and let you have your way. Or you will find a coach who say, well, I'm dealing with you. Who's you? And that is how things are. So you have to be able to meet that moment and meet that level of opposition and have the resilience. And where does that come from? Again, it comes from culture. Do we keep building young boys and girls that everything they say, okay, do that, we saw for them then? Or do we make them tough men and women, young boys and girls, who are able to go abroad, and whether it's snowing outside, and you have to go and train in Switzerland, put plastic bags on your shoe, on your feet to make sure you don't get frostbite. You have to wake up, take the tram when everybody else sleeping to make sure you get to training 3 times a day, and then eventually make it. You have to be tough. You have to be tough. And to go through that, we need people, as they spoke about, mentors, parents, community people around to correct you, guide you. So it's a whole ecosystem, as the doctor said. It's something that we bet your bottom dollar now, unless they fire me, will be employed as we go forward. Because sport cannot just be the bastard child of development in Trinidad and Tobago. It cannot be. It has to be front and center of our development. Sport must be the vehicle where we take our children from being just average citizens, which we seem to content to be model citizens, strong, able to meet any moment in the world. And I think using sport in a constructive way, and I thank Mr. Prashad for all of this. I think if we do that, and you all keep putting pressure on us with these kind of workshops, where we demand accountability from us. Where's that money going? What are we doing? We don't want the same programs, 1 million programs that produce nothing. 1 million programs that just produce optics, political optics. What we want is true development. And I thank you very much for this invitation that I didn't get.
Thank you very much to Mr. David Naked, Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs, but also former Trinidad and Tobago footballer. At this time, we will welcome any questions that the audience may have to any of our panelists. You can go right here to this mic in the middle. Do we have any questions that anyone? Oh, yes, Mr. Miraj. It should be on Mr. Miraj. You could try.
Hello? Hello? Yeah, let me know. Okay. So thanks a lot. I'd like to congratulate the panel. You know, you all made some very valuable points, all right? And, but Mr. Bechu, getting back to your question you asked about investment, right? I know a lot of the point I'm going to make, it encapsulates a lot of points made by panel members, right? But I know I'm biased in the area of science and technology, right? But I wanted to mention that investment in science and technology is a critical area also, right? Because we need to be cutting edge, right? And the science and technology area, I just want to mention, you know, in terms of performance enhancement, for example, data analysis, wearing technology to measure things like heart rate, speed, distance covered, right? These things can affect your progress and your training strategies, right? Things like material science, we may look, you know, it's a simple matter, but the type of shoes we wear, the clothing we employ. Biomechanics, right? Understanding our movements, you know, athletes can refine techniques, right? Now, these things I'm talking about are used by I mean, cricket, for example. I know the Australians, and they're heavily into science and technology, right? Even physiological monitoring, right? Mr. Crawford mentioned nutritional science, right? The foods, the science behind it, right? And I mean, there are other areas in injury prevention, rehabilitation, training optimization, AI and machine learning, right? AI is an absolute necessity these days, even in sports, right? How do we analyze data? Dr. Thomas, you know, went into data. How we analyze data, identify patterns, predict performance outcomes, right? Virtual reality training. Okay? Somebody don't have to be on the track, right? You know, we can do these things. It's done in other science areas, right?
Harnessing the technology that's now available.
Correct. So, I mean, I'll stop there, but I just want to encapsulate many of the points raised into investment in science and technology.
Yeah. Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Miraj. Certainly, that's a point that we will touch on in a little bit. Please, yes. The mic should be working. Is it?
Pleasant morning to all.
Morning.
My name is Laura Pierre, and I am Trinidad and Tobago first female Olympian. I am so happy that I can make it to this event because I have had a number of different situations that could have prevented me from making it here this morning, but my passion is sports and youth. I lived abroad for a while. I studied. I do have 2 master's degrees, one educational development, leadership, and the other one is in organizational systems renewal. I also have an undergrad degree in physical education and leisure sports. This is my background. I returned home many years ago looking for a position to work within the Ministry of Sports or in education. Wherever education of youths, where I fit. I really went and I studied. I returned home. I could not find a job. I could not find a job. And I'm saying this is because a lot of people has helped me while I was growing up. They volunteered their time, they gave me, and I returned home to do the same. People, they just, ignored me. They didn't take me seriously. And it did not happen to me alone. I had many conversations with different people who went through the same thing, who said, I'm coming back home to give. And the system just chastised them. These are the people who we need to give back, people with a passion, people who gave to us freely. And they're coming back qualified with all the knowledge for our people. Great TNT. I love my country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura, and thank you very much for making time to be here today. Nice to see you again. Any questions? Yes, please, Sanja.
Thank you so very much. I must say that this morning is time really well spent. Thank you to all. Thank you to all. Now, I know somebody spoke about systems. I'm sorry, but I'm a systems person, right? I think it's important for us to not just depend on personalities and get to the system. I was particularly interested in the presentation by Dr. Thomas and that SPLIS model. So when I saw it, my immediate thought was there an assessment done by all the countries, like you had different countries, Trinidad, what is the SPLIS model, the baseline for Trinidad and Tobago? What is the SPLIS model equivalent, whatever assessment you did per country, has that been done? Because if we want to consider it for any kind of policy or policy consideration, we need to know where are we starting from. And then from that, we'll be able to do the gap analysis, because we always know what the issues are. It's very well ventilated. But if we need to move from a talk shop, I'm already at what do we need to do, but not just what we need to do. What are the areas that are glaring, because we can't do everything all at once. Let's be real, we can't. But what would be the priority areas? They always say pick 3. Do 3 things and do it really well. And then you would see the impact. So it would be very interesting. And I have my colleague, my general secretary from the Olympic Committee. These are the things I think that this is where the discussion needs to go, and not just of what we don't have, but where we're at and what we need to do now to make the impact, not just in 4 years, but years beyond. Thank you.
Just right behind Sanja.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Daystar Swift. Yes, former professional netballer, national netballer, national handballer, former under-17 national footballer, and a mother of an 8-year-old. All right, so my question is this. Do you think that the weight of the current education curriculum, particularly in primary schools, is a hindrance to sport and motor development in children?
Daystar, who would you like to answer that question?
That's for anyone on the panel.
Okay, who would like to take it on the panel? Antonia, I feel like this is Mariba?
Swift, good to see you. Good to see you, Swift. Sorry. So I have an organization, private organization called Basketball Fan TT. Is based on developing and marketing basketball in Trinidad and Tobago, right? We have a project, we have a program that we look to engage primary school kids in most physical activities. Because last year, 2024, we executed a pilot project where we engaged in the Arima district basketball, teaching them basketball, right? 6 primary schools. After the feedback from that camp, one of the most important feedbacks we got from the principals of all those schools was simple as this. The physical activities in the schools is dying, simply the fact that the focus on it is no longer there no more. So me and my team has dived into the physical education curriculum of the primary schools via the Ministry of Education, and we found to realize that again there are no basketball mention in that, and I don't know how I feel about that already. So in particularly, me alongside my team has dived into immediately try to solve this problem in the basketball aspect, because I think a lot of the parents in the society right now believe that education is actually the way to go, and I kind of disagree with that, reason being because, yeah, education is key and we understand that, but I am a direct representation of what sports could do for somebody, taking them from one pathway to the next pathway. So I for sure definitely agree that it should have more sports, more physical activities, starting from a younger age in the physical, in the education system.
Mr. Gray wants to say something very quickly.
1 second, I'll be there.
Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah, I definitely think that, there's not a balance in primary schools. Again, I work with the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs I would say about 20 years ago. And when I went into primary schools, I remember going into the primary school in East Trinidad. And at recess, the principal got on a mic like this and said, "No running." Right? So clearly, the lack of education is there in how to bring forward children in the right way. The other thing that you have to look at is the physical changes in primary schools. My sons went to Newtown Boys, right? They don't have any ground in that school. We had to go to the Savannah. But the physical changes that have occurred have really and truly created a negative mindset in children to play, because it's concreted. If you fall in that, they develop a negative mindset. And the athleticism that we used to have, what we term as natural athleticism, because of the lifestyle and because of what happened in primary school, because they had grass and dirt. We used to play horseback riding. We used to play all types of things. We used to be dirty going in school. Now, the children are not allowed to go in class with sweaty shirts again. So we have to look at the connective tentacles of playing in primary schools, not only developing athletic talent, but you want children to be healthy, to take the strain of the private sector. So we have to look at that, and that's why I say the education system needs to be looked at and create more and more balance, and not have these academically driven systems that negate the other aspects of development.
Just if I could just embellish a bit, as someone who spent lots and lots of years in the system at primary, secondary, and now at the tertiary level. Currently, there is a curriculum for teaching of physical education in the primary school. However, teachers aren't paying homage to it simply because of the press of SEA. Principals are not paying homage to it either because of the press of SEA. And I want to say this. Principals are some of the most powerful people in this country. They run their schools according to sometimes their own
leanings, their own leanings. And for some strange reason, the Ministry of Education seems to be powerless to move principals when they have decided to run their school in a particular way. It's as if they are touch-me-nots in the system. So with that kind of mindset, I remember the former Minister of Education, when she came into, when they came into power and formed the government and so on, talking about Mrs. Gatsby Dolly, Dr. Dolly, and she was saying that the plan was to do away with the SEA. I leapt in my spirit with happiness because I felt that this was the beginning of something that would be important and significant for moving education forward, and more so, hopefully, physical education and sport, because I'm a PE teacher. I will never retire from teaching PE. I'm a glorified PE teacher, all right? And as she said that, the following year, she was preaching and espousing the marks of this school and the marks versus this one, and marks and marks predominated her conversations thereafter. So I'm telling you, the most difficult task moving forward to develop sport in our country would be to get something going in the primary system. And if that cannot happen, we are all wasting good time right here. And I'm not blaming the teachers. There are teachers who want to teach PE in the primary school, but they are limited in so many ways. And at the end of the term, you have to produce these marks that you have to enter into the system, and you have to upload, and you have to report to the Ministry of Education. So it's a vicious, ugly cycle that has always worked against the development of sport in the school, and with a backdrop of Trinidad and Tobago having one of the highest percentage of childhood obesity in the region. So what are we really saying? We could now move forward like some of the other countries to justify the inclusion of physical education in the primary school by chasing a health agenda. Because if you say we're going to do this in the name of health, you're going to get money for it. But if you say you're going to do it in the name of sport, you're going to get licked up. You're going to get licked up. So we have to be creative. We have to be nuanced in what we are doing. And I want to put this out there. I don't know if there's any ministry representative here from Ministry of Education. We continue to produce a ton load of qualified sport professionals who struggle to get any kind of employment because our sports system is not wired in that kind of way. So when we start to have those real and hard conversations about the government, the respective government over the decades, inability and their resistance to prioritizing sport in the school and prioritizing physical education, we are going nowhere fast.
Antonia, Tobias, and then we'll go back to the audience.
Just to, I guess, circle back to sports and where we stand on the global scale as it pertains to the question that was asked. I want to bring the example of Bahamas. Bahamas has a population of 400,000 people and has produced Stephen Gardner, Shawnee Miller-Smith, 6 NBA players. The Bahamas has no secondary school entrance exam. There isn't the pressure of kids having to decide if they're going to stop their sport. The USA has no secondary school entrance exam. Jamaica has it, but Jamaica also has a very robust secondary school placement system for their athletes. So their athletes are not pressured into scoring 80% on SEA or 90% because a lot of their secondary school placement is dependent on their performance on the track. This is for track and field. All of that to say that the countries that are doing better than us, Bahamas is a quarter the size of Trinidad and probably has the same amount of Olympic medals as Trinidad. I'm probably counting wrong. And a lot of it is because developmental-wise and that primary school system and children playing, they are not pulled from their sport at the age of 10 to study for 2 years. I think our education system, I hate the SEA exam with a passion, I hate it. I don't think any 10, 11-year-old should be that stressed. So even as a coach, because I also coach juveniles, I'll hear a parent saying the child could only come to train once a week because they have lessons 3 days a week. And I'm like, he's 9. It's ridiculous. But just to compare to the countries that are smaller than us, America is bigger than us. Jamaica is double our size, but has 4 times, 5 times the medals we have. And a lot of it is because there's more of a balance. And I really wish the Ministry of Education was here, but it is what it is.
Tobias?
I think between Tony and Antonia, they kind of covered it. I was just gonna sort of directly answer this and saying I don't think it's a weight of the curriculum, but more the structure and the system. Just to give a more direct answer, the opportunity for that balance. I'm sure my colleagues in the community sport unit who've been trying very hard to get their tentacles into that education system and understanding the challenges and working around teachers and principals and knowing that there are only certain times of day that you can operate, and once you miss that window, it then becomes problematic. From the department that I head up, the Elite Athlete Wellbeing Department, we've been partnering with the community sport unit to do some physiological assessments as part of that Sport in Schools program. And we're very cognizant of executing an assessment in a 45-minute window when you have to corral the children, you have to wait for them to come out of class. So just echoing the sentiments that we do need collaboration, and I 100% agree that if we take the health agenda, we'll probably get more support. But I think there definitely needs to be a lot more people at this table in terms of the ministries. I think it was Tony who brought it up. Education, national security, health, sport, we are youth affairs again, and community. Yeah?
Yeah, thanks very much, Tobias. So we have time for maybe one last very brief question, because I do want to give the panelists an opportunity to have closing remarks and then invite Mr. Pritchard back on for his closing remarks as well.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Thank you to the panel for having this forum. I am Nicole Phillips. I am a proud member of the first ever graduating cohort of PE teachers out of UTT. Class of 2010, many of us are here. To deal with the primary school situation, as a secondary school teacher, when the children come from primary school to us, they are frustrated beyond measure. They are burnt out, mentally and otherwise. And you would think that, okay, so now they have physical education. They don't want to hear nothing. And this is keeping it real. They don't want to hear anything. They want to decompress. They want to play on their games till 1 o'clock in the morning. They want to do something other than books, 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 maths, language, creative writing, maths, language, creative writing. We do our best at secondary school. We try hard. But I remember a conversation that our graduating cohort from UTT would have had, and it was that there needs to be specialist PE teachers in every primary school in Trinidad and Tobago. Yes, there is a very robust primary school physical education program, but primary teachers who train for primary education, unfortunately, they ain't gonna like me very much for saying this, but they ain't had time with that. It's one course that's broken up a little bit and that's it. But if specialist physical education teachers are placed in the primary school, we will see a better balanced human being coming out of the primary school into secondary school and then out into the world. Because when they come into secondary school, you don't get much done before Form 2. That's when they get to relax. That's when they get to engage. That's when they feel, okay, I can do this now. And even physical education, they see anything academic as a burden coming into secondary school. Because again, frustration. I have friends who have asked me for lessons for their 9-year-old and I told them leave the child alone. They didn't understand what I was talking about.
But when their child is finished with SCA and they don't want to hear nobody, then they start to understand. So yes, I support I will always support physical education. It's the best subject in the world. But primary school implementation of a physical education program would be dependent on having specialists placed in the primary schools. This is a long-winded conversation that has been going on for years, and there seems to be no action on it. It is sad, it is unfortunate, but until we get there, we will not see very much change. Because we still have parents at secondary school who tell you, my child in Form 5 can't play sports because they have exam coming up. What? History has shown us, even in this country, that the children who get scholarships was in PAN, there was in netball, there was in football, there was in track and field, there was in everything else, including archery, if they're in that. But we still have people who believe that the child needs to stop their sport or stop their activity in order to study. No. There must be a healthy balance. And it starts in the primary school as young as possible. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. I want to invite Mr. Pritchard. Okay, we have okay, let's shoot for 2 more, and then we'll have closing remarks from the panelists.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. I am Lindell Hoyt Sanchez. I must say something. The sport company is really trying their best to assist with getting sport in schools. We do have our athletic assistants in over 139 schools in Trinidad and Tobago. Of that, we are in over 100 primary schools. We are not PE teachers, but we are there to assist in developing a robust sport in schools program. That program is going excellent. We do have a lot of principals now are asking to get the program in their schools. Because we are strapped for staff, we cannot accommodate all these schools. We would have gone into some schools where they would have asked for standard 2s alone, standard 3s alone. We have a number of principals now asking for us to be in all classes from first year to standard 5. That program is going excellent. We are also working along with the primary school sporting organizations. We would have upskilled our athletic assistants in football, cricket, track and field, and netball, because those are the sports that are played at the primary school level. Sorry, because we work closely with the Ministry of Education. Those are the SNSOs at the primary school, so we are working with them. Every term they will have football, so we prepare the athletes for that. Term they will have cricket, we help them to prepare. So we are getting the children more and more involved in physical activity, where we go in and we develop fundamental basic skills, which is running, throwing, and jumping. And those skills can transgress into any sporting discipline. So we have this idea now, we develop them fundamentally, where they can now select whatever sporting discipline they would like to get involved in. So we are working closely, I said, with Ministry of Education and developing the fundamentals. And for us, we are not looking at developing more sporting athletes, but as you said, developing better athletes, better citizens, better persons, where they can now make proper decisions, they can now be able to understand and work as a team, they can socialize. So it's not just about doing the physical, but also helping them with developing their life skills. So we are the sport company are trying really hard to get sport back in schools, and we thank the Ministry of Education for their cooperation. We work closely also with the Secondary Schools Track and Field Association. We do a lot of training with teachers with regards to getting them more acquainted with things associated with track and field, because we know track and field is the base for all sport. Because we run in all sport, we jump in all sport, we throw in a lot of sports. So we develop that fundamental skills, and then we allow them to transgress into their respective skills. So on behalf of the sport company, again, we are here. You can call us. We are willing to give assistance. We run workshops. We help with development programs. And we are also doing our talent ID through Mr. Tobias's unit. We are working together. We are also doing talent ID identification of athletes, so we can help them again to further develop their skills. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to keep it, try to keep it very tight. I just want to say and recommend, based on my research, that we have a pathway for the development of elite athletes on a consistent basis. And I just want to highlight the 7 components which a number of persons here contributed in the different headings. Yeah? And the 7 pillars, one, we talk about identifying the talent early o'clock, and we have a gentleman here, a professor, I think it is, that can do that. So we identify talent. We have to get the qualified coaches, competent coaches. We have to get proper administration. We have to have the facilities. We have to have the funding. We have to have the research. And we have to have the welfare of the player. If we maximize those 7 components, all that we have contributed here this morning will fall under that. And that is the pathway. Maximize those 7 components, and we will produce athletes, elite athletes, on a consistent basis. So I want you to record that. That's my first recommendation. I want to jump around a little bit quickly because we don't have much time. In terms of dealing with the future, I hear some people talk about going back to this and going back to that. We can't go back anywhere. We lived our time. I have a grandson who is, you know, in and out of the national team. He got his ankle broken in a particular game, rough tackle. He's now on the mend. I remember carrying him to California a time. And I said, Gio, you going to that shop, I going across to this shop here. Whoever finished first, we come out. I came out early and I saw him through a glass on a computer with a big guy. So I gave him a signal out. When he came out, I said, what are you doing? He said, I'm playing him a game. I'm playing him a football game. I said, so who win? He said, I beat him now. So I said, okay. They brought home a group of guys, under 50 national players, home by me with him. And they got on the computer and they started to play again. And I realized that those guys were on a different wave path. His father, I got a scholarship abroad. I told his dad, I will come home and coach him on a morning. I am reaching down from Kunupia to Barataria to coach him. And he's still sleeping. Why? Because he was on the computer with a guy in Russia at that time. It is a different age group we are dealing with. They're not outside. They're not playing outside. We heard it a lot. But we have to identify with them. What they are on is their computer, and the same way pilots assimilate. The same way the pilots do it, and they have to go for training in assimilation. These young guys are assimilating. I am watching on the computer playing with another guy at home, and the vision and what they are doing, they are ahead of us in a different mode. Remember that we are evolving as human beings. The whole thing has gone differently. We cannot go back. We can most probably try to instill discipline into them and things like that. But it is a different evolution that is going on, and we have to identify with them, and we have to pull them in and encourage them. So I just want to make those 2 strong points in terms of going back. We ain't going back. Moses couldn't go back. He had to go forward. At the end of the day, we have to identify with those young kids. They are ahead of the game. It is a different time for them. If Anton will tell you in terms of how we develop in the football, it is and Professor spoke about that. The scientific is a whole different thing. In closing, I just want to tell you, I did several coaching courses. I went on to Brazil. And the Brazilian coach at the time, Professor Neto, was the first one in all the coaching courses we did. Is then I learned about the science in terms of developing the individual. The Brazilians were about that at that time. And we had to develop this, energy systems. While the rest of the world was dealing with other things, Brazil was already dealing with coaching the energy systems as coaches. Detmar Kramer, one personal thing as I close. I was exposed to Detmar Kramer. I played for Trinidad and Tobago. I was called for Trinidad and Tobago while I was still in St. Mary's College. I played in the World Cup qualifiers in Haiti and Guatemala and so. They brought a little coach here by the name of Detmar Kramer. We were supposed to be fit. And the first time we were exposed to the shuttles. We are fitter. We are national players fit. You see, all right, this evening we do national shuttles. After the fourth shuttle, we got sick. We wanted to vomit, and then he said, go under the salmon tree there. We're down at St. Mary's College. Vomit, come back. I then learned after that to prepare St. Mary's, in order to win island-wide, they had to reach 8 shuttles. And we had to do it based on scientific training, and we were able to do that. So I'm saying all of this to say the scientific training that the Vice President of UTT spoke about, yes, is a reality. AI is a reality. But please don't let us go back. Let us go to the future with the young people. Thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. Jackson will come to you right after. Okay, we can go with Jackson first and then, yeah.
Hello, blessings to everybody. First, this part of the thing was supposed to be a question to the panel. So I will go to that because as a coach, you have to do it how things are supposed to be done. Right? So the question would be to you all is this. The people who all want to develop the athletes in Trinidad and Tobago, do you think, and I'm speaking about the coaches now, do you think they are motivated enough based on the system at hand to develop those athletes in Trinidad and Tobago?
Which one of our panelists wants to take it? Tony, I'm seeing your hand. Oh, Ayana, you want to? Right, so Ayana will take this, and we'll have time for another question. Come
That
to you
is
right
a very good question, because I think in this country specifically, we don't respect coaches at all. And these are the people who have to motivate and appeal to these athletes, and we don't respect them. We don't respect them. So you have coach education, you have all these things, but no opportunities, no real financial opportunities for coaches to be motivated. So that's a very, very good question.
Anton will add. Ayana, you'll just pass down to Anton.
When we speak about opportunities for coaches, we must be able to also show them where they can possibly be. I think too many times it's just information and not a pathway. I think when it comes to our sport, Ayana, football, I'm able to look at Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago coach, St. Lucia, Trinidad and Tobago coach, BVI, technical director from Trinidad and Tobago, USVI, technical director from Trinidad and Tobago, Montserrat, Trinidad and Tobago coach, Dominica was Trinidad and Tobago coach. If they are able to see there's a light at the end of the tunnel, then it is worth the investment. If associations are not able to see it, are not able to show them why, or even think they can be remunerated based on all of this work, it's just a profession that's only amateur, and whether you get certified or not would not make a difference.
Yeah, excellent, thank you. We have, somebody want, Antonia?
Also, I think investing in yourself, as Coach Anton said, for me, investment, education. A lot of coaches, as Ms. Crawford said earlier, you get a certificate and you think you become a coach, but it's so much more doing workshops to build yourself also and make yourself marketable. It's very, very important. For me, I was an assistant for a while, and I also had the opportunity to be mentored by Coach Anton and this. So I think for coaches, it's very important that you yourself, you see yourself as a resource and invest in yourself and wait it out.
Antonio?
I just have, I guess, one question. 2018, the minister announced a financial reward system that went into the national policy that rewarded all athletes, regardless of sport. for medals on the regional and international stage, and nothing was put in place for coaches. The coaches who got the athletes to a point to get medals. And I've been saying it since. Our national netball team went to World Cups. Our cyclists went to the Olympics. Many of them had local coaches. Our world record holder in the 200 sprint cycling trained right in our unit with Toby. All of them were rewarded financially, and the people that got them there got nothing. Not even a thank you. Because we didn't get invited to the VIP lounge, right? So that's to answer your question, Coach, in the back. And the people who should have been here to hear that, not here to hear that either. So.
Thanks very much, Antonia. Questions? We have a question? Yeah? Oh, Mr. Creed.
Yeah, good day, everyone.
Hi, Mr. Creed.
Yes, I'm happy to be here. I wasn't invited either, but you know. As a former permanent secretary in the Ministry of Sport, deputy permanent secretary, no problem. I just want to recognize the panel of distinguished individuals, our moderator, and all present here today. The first thing I want to say, Mr. Moderator, is that the United States has already started to accept applications for student visas. Right? It's just more scrutiny. That is it. That is all. Right. What I really wanted to talk about this morning was ventilated by Dr. Thomas. Again, congratulations. Congratulations. Very, very good, insightful presentation. Because data is critically important in sport right now. If you go to any professional team, basketball, football, right? Data is a decision maker. Data decides, looks at your performance, and you make decisions. As in fact, they recruit because of data. One of the questions I want to throw out to the august body here this morning is, who is going to champion this? We are having a morning of discussions. We have governing bodies here. We have a member of the Olympic Committee here. All different sports here. We have UTT here. We have sports company here. Who is going to champion what happens here today?
Anyone from the panel wants to take that question?
Who's going to take the lead?
The fact UTT invited us here, and the theme of today is homegrown talent, developing camps in Trinidad with an emphasis on student athletes. I don't want to speak boldly, but I'm thinking it's UTT. Yeah?
Hello, hello.
So just to add to...
No, Pritchard is my friend, eh?
Yes. The University of Trinidad and Tobago is very pleased to champion this cause. And we are willing to take the baton and with other stakeholders together realize the true potential of developing homegrown talent. The purpose of this exercise this morning, one, was to identify to the influencers who are the PE teachers and other persons that have mentioned it. In Dr. Thomas' presentation, she would have spoken about athletes who indicated that they started their career in sport because of a coach or PE teacher who recognized their potential. And we want to work with the influencers, work with all stakeholders to collaborate in championing the cause to realize the development of homegrown talent. What we have identified here today is that it is possible to be done through the University of Trinidad and Tobago as the champion of the cause, because we have done it with limited resources. And if the resources, and as Antonia said, the right persons are not hearing this, and we hope that it will reach to them, but if the resources are channeled through the pathway of the University of Trinidad and Tobago Sport and Recreation Unit and the Academy of Sport to the Center for Kinesiology, Physical Education and Sport for all the research to be done, then it is possible that it can be done right here at home in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, I'm not finished with you yet. He's my friend, right? Does the sport division of the UTT, am I saying it correctly? Academy of Sport.
Yes, there's a strategic plan both from the Center for Kinesiology, Physical Education and Sport and the Sport and Recreation Unit, which collectively combines to the strategic plan of the Academy of Sport of the University of Trinidad and Tobago that ties back into the mission and vision of the University of Trinidad and Tobago in terms of the national sporting policy of Trinidad and Tobago.
All right, good. So that if I ask you now, what are some of the major objectives out of that plan? What you really see, coming down here this morning, I was trying to decipher what you're really trying to achieve. You know, and the first thing that struck me is whether you had a plan. Well, I realized I think you articulated a vision, right? But the way forward, because to move. Yeah. To address what we need to, we have a extremely major, we have major gaps in sport. And to get to where we need to go to, you have to have a strategic plan of where you were, where you are now, and where you ought to be. Right?
And we have done that.
Okay.
We know where we were in 2007.
Right. But there's also funding issues.
Correct.
Also? Right.
Major funding issues.
Right. So how you are planning to address that?
Well, we believe that, and I can testify to the fact that because of the product that we have at the university, no corporate entity is not going to make an investment unless you have a product that attracts their interest. Because of the product and the success of the University of Trinidad and Tobago over the years, I would have shared the investment that's been made by the NGC in track and field first to begin, where they are invested in at this point in time, 4 student athletes who have a full ride at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. Tuition, meal allowance, housing allowance, transportation allowance, and $20,000 TT per athlete for international and regional travel. So our track and field program is doing extremely well. And because of that product in terms of national and international success, where we have the defending discus champion, international discus champion, we now have an athlete who would have done 4 PBs in 1 day and just missed out. Let me not say why I feel, but just missed out on selection at the Carifta level. And this athlete came to our coach just last year. So we have the ability to develop those athletes, international and international athletes. They would have gone to Jamaica, and our champion discus thrower came second only to the Jamaican Olympic champion. So yes, the product has been there. It's been identified. We also have the National Lottery Board, NLCB, who has also invested in our uniforms. You see the pretty UTT Patriots uniforms. That's through the partnership with NLCB. And we also have similar type partnerships with Trinidad and Tobago Football Association. The lovely breakfast we had this morning was donated by the Trinidad and Tobago Football Association. So while it might be minimal in some instances, it's a step in the direction in terms of attracting sponsorship and partnership and weaning a bit off from the dependency on government funding.
Because you cannot go to the corporate Trinidad and Tobago or outside of Trinidad and Tobago unless you can demonstrate what your strategic intent is and what your business plan is. Right? That has to be part of the whole mix.
Definitely agreed, right? 100%. And what we will do, Mr. Creed, as your friend, I will share our strategic plan, our strategic intent, and our business development plan with you, and accept your guidance in review and amendments there as so you advised.
All right. I just want to take a bit of what Mr. Butcher Ken was saying this morning about, he was talking about conditioning, right? My experience, I come from the sport of track and field, right? But my experience in the Ministry of Sport, my experience with what Mr. Gray talked about Vern Gambetta, is that one of the biggest problems we have in the country, particularly in team sport, is the whole question of strength and conditioning. You see, we keep on talking about coaching, right? Sometimes the coach, they are not trained to do that. And it has to be specific to the sport. So if you're talking about football, you're talking about a strength program specific to football, specific to netball, specific to volleyball. And that is where the downfall is. So if we want to see football improve, apart from the old coaching things we're talking about, right, we have to get that part right. According to Minister Philip Alexander, you need to fix that.
Right? And fully agreed. And just to share with you that at the University of Trinidad and Tobago, we have a strength and conditioning program.
Yeah.
And the data has supported what you're saying in that our stronger athletes and the athletes who visit the rehab center the least are the athletes that are consistent in the SNC program. So the condition and the strengthening of our athletes is of paramount importance to their performance on the international stage.
All right.
Next question you ask, I'll put it over to one of our coaches.
No. Remember, UTT is the one that put on this morning, right?
Yes, sir.
But as I say, the future of this, the next steps in this, it has to be who's going to lead this. You see, it's not UTT alone. It's governing bodies, right? Right? Yeah. You see, it's governing bodies, because when the presentation on data, that is UTT. But who is capturing the data in the individual sport? For example, track and field, right? Track and field is showing a declining graph. The question is why? After under 17 in track and field, there's a major decline in the performance of women and the participation of women. So when you go to the under 20 level, these numbers start getting smaller. It's getting smaller in the men too, you know. What are other sports experiencing? So the governing bodies have a responsibility for capturing data. Do you have a data analytics person in UTT?
Dr. Thomas, can you answer that?
No, but really important to what he's explaining is that what we like to do and what we have been doing is collaborating with the national governing bodies to conduct research, because we are always seeking to build upon that, because we want to influence evidence-based policy and so forth. So you're absolutely correct. So the more collaborations that we can do with these institutions, these national sporting bodies, the more research that is forthcoming, and therefore changes can be made.
And I can also share with you, Mr. Cree, that through these collaborations, for example, we have a collaboration with the Trinidad and Tobago Olympic Committee. We conducted research on all sporting organizations that fall under that body. We also have a collaborative responsibility with Trinidad and Tobago Football Association. Recently, our Carifta team we would have done some research with, not the Carifta, was it the Carifta team? Yeah. Yes, the Carifta team. Some research would have been done with some of our rugby players, our junior rugby players as well. So the University of Trinidad and Tobago is capturing the data, analyzing the data, and feeding it back into the sporting organization to assist with their programs as well. We also have a relationship with Trinidad and Tobago Volleyball Federation that has been in existence since 2007, Dr. Butcher. And we are hoping, really, really hoping, to renew a partnership that we had with Loughborough University in England, one of the top universities for sports science and sport research, where we had that relationship before, and we're trying to re-establish that so that there can be exchange programs between University of Trinidad and Tobago and Loughborough University from a staffing, education, and knowledge-based perspective, and research as well.
All right. I just want to refer you to Dr. Roy McCrae from the University of West Indies. So a couple of years ago, he did a whole survey on sport participation in primary and secondary schools in Trinidad and Tobago. That data is still existing there. You can always reach out to him, right? And there's data that you could use. I don't know if you're familiar with it.
Yes, I'm familiar with the work of Dr. McCrae.
Yeah. Right. So to me, the critical success factor here. Yeah. I will end now, right? The critical success factor in moving forward, right? In other words, somebody has to supply you at the university, UTT.
Correct.
So it's coming from the primary and secondary schools. And there have to be a symbiotic relationship between sport and education.
And education.
Right?
Point well taken.
Right? And if you look at the models, particularly for track and field. I can't talk for the other sports, right? The models are right in front of us. The model is Jamaica, and the model is the US.
Yeah.
Right? That's where the structure is. That's where the systems are. That is where the discipline is. And that is where the competitiveness is. Right?
Thank you very much, Mr. Creed. A very dear friend of mine. And just to share some information based on what Mr. Creed just ended with, there was a study tour of the Jamaica. I think, Mr. Brewster, you were part of that?
Yes, sir.
A couple of years ago. Coming out of that study tour, there were some recommendations for implementation to ensure the resurgence of success as sport in Trinidad and Tobago. And one of those recommendations was the re-establishment of the residential housing program at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. So we are hopeful, Mr. Naked, that you will champion the cause for the re-establishment of that residential housing program at the University of Trinidad and Tobago so we can continue to do the excellent work that we have been doing since under the inception of Dr. Butcher. Thank you very much.
Good day, everyone. I won't be as long as I wanted to be. My name is Joseph Brewster, President, Secondary School Track and Field. Right. We know that most of the talent that we have, I heard many people talk here, came or originated from a lot of rural areas in Trinidad and Tobago. What or how prepared is UTT to have outreach into those areas, right, to help, to collaborate, to work with the schools and so on in those areas? That's question number one.
Can we take it one by one?
Yeah, you can.
All right, and you'd have heard one of our coaches. So in case you did not know, Coach Burton, as I mentioned before, is our women football coach, track and field coach, sorry, and Coach Russell is our women football coach. Coach Gray, our cricket football coach. And it's a cricket coach, sorry. Who?
It's lunchtime.
I said cricket football coach because he believes he's a footballer, but he's actually a cricket coach. All right. Excellent question, and we have already started doing that. And what would have been mentioned, I think, is by Ayana, is the problem with communication.
Right.
One of the main reasons for this forum this morning also, besides just sharing information, is that we hope that the secondary school teachers and the coaches of the secondary schools, as you would have seen I refer to them as the influencers, will share the knowledge gained here with their athletes with the expectation that the University of Trinidad and Tobago will be an option for continuing their athletic and academic career. And in so doing, we have already started with our outreach program. We went to Point Fortin in October last year, and we started with the rural areas. We started with Point Fortin, we went to Mayaro. Our third visit, which really should have been our first, will be in Toko.
Okay.
So our third visit will be in Toko, followed by a visit to some hotspot areas. So we are looking, because I would like to ask Taisha Griffith to stand. Taisha Griffith. Give Taisha a round of applause and I'll tell you why. Taisha Griffith is our leading striker on our women football team. When we went to Uruguay, such was the talent that one of the Brazilian universities wanted to offer a scholarship to study in Brazil. She recently scored 9 goals in one game. She wouldn't give up the ball at all, Coach Gray says. But Taisha hails from Lavantil. And I'll tell you a little bit about Taisha. Taisha came into the university in 2022? 23. And she came through the recommendation of the first female football coach, Mr. Spencer. Her situation is not the best, but she has been determined to ensure that she proves that something good can come out of Lavantil. Something good again. She travels to school from Lavantil and she goes to school in San Fernando. She does not miss class. She doesn't miss her rehab sessions if needed. And she's consistent in the SNC gym at San Fernando and gets the bus in San Fernando back to home every day. She misses training only if she definitely cannot make it. And if she has to run from the gate in O'Meara to catch the starting team, she takes a transport, drops off at O'Meara's gate, and speeds inside so that she can be selected by Coach Russell. Many times she's ended up on the second half, but because the team might have read, but she is consistent. So that's why our next area of focus outside of the rural areas are the areas where we believe some of the biggest talent, best talent can be identified, and those are the areas that can, the hotspot areas where they can make a difference and encourage others to be interested in using sport as a vehicle to get them out of such areas. So yes, outreach program is on our radar.
All right, thank you. Quickly, the next question is, the seminar today is about growing homegrown talent, securing that. Is the university, see that you invite us here today, right? Are you making collaboration with the schools national sporting organizations, track and field, netball? I mean, I'm not just talking about information, passing information like to pass out. I talk about collaborations with them. Because as Dr. Thomas would have said, you have to get data. Getting data from the national bodies is one thing. If you don't go to the schools, you're actually missing a huge amount of young people who may or may not be interested in competitive sport, but they play for their schools. They may not be interested in going on, but their information is there, and so on. So does UTT or is UTT interested in sitting down with the SNSOs to say, listen, we need your data. We need to be at football games. We need to be at track games. Don't just give us names. We need to see them. Your coaches sitting here need to come out and be there. And as I say that, Antonia, I want to invite you, right? Give you a formal invitation, not Mr. Pritchard. You, right? He is beside the point. You, next week, Thursday, next week Thursday is Trinbago Schools Relay at the Hazy Crawford Stadium, right? We have schools from abroad coming in, and that's another thing that secondary school is doing, track and field is doing, bringing in that Caribbean talent to test against our talent here. So I want to invite you, give you a special invitation to sit right up in the box, right? To take your notepad out and look at the talent we have. So are you all making those kind of collaborations and so on?
And thank you very much. A very good question. What we would have found over the years is that our method of marketing our programs wasn't seeming to fall in the right spaces, because we would send our invitations to screening sessions through the same National Secondary School Sporting Associations and the national governing bodies. But the quality of athletes that were turning up for the screening was not the quality of athletes we know existing in the secondary school ecosystem. So we realized that definitely we were missing the top athletes which we were really trying to reach out to. Track and field and football are the two disciplines that we compete with the US system quite heavily. But disciplines like cricket, where there is not a scholarship for cricket outside, what we compete with is the clubs in the system. Recently we decided to develop a program called the Adopt a School program. And that has turned into, from adopt a school into adopt a zone. So for example, in cricket, our first zone that we'll be adopting would be the East Zone. All secondary schools within the East Zone will be allowed to send their athletes to train at the University of Trinidad and Tobago at some days of our training sessions, and we will go to sessions where we have a one venue session where we have athletes from Hillview College, the Holy Cross, the St. Augustine Secondary. We come to that one session and be trained or coached by our coach. We have also trying the same thing with the Arima North Secondary School in football, where we will assist in terms of our rehab team and their secondary schools program, football program, as well as the use of our facility at Ariba for their SSFL games. So yes, we are working along. We can do more, and we will attempt to do more, but we are stepping in that direction so as to work not just with the National Sporting Association and organizations, but with also the secondary schools sporting organizations. I think this will be our last question.
Good afternoon.
And panel, you will answer, please.
Yes, it is for the panel. Good afternoon. Thanks, sir. My name is Kemper Shaz, and I was invited. Just one person was invited. Thanks. A proud graduate of UTT. First question is for the Sport TT rep. I am a physical education teacher in a secondary school. Is there any database where I could send a talented child? Let's say, for example, I'm from Central, and I picked up on a child being talented in track and field or football. Is there a database of clubs or places that I could take that child and send that child to? That's the first question. You'll answer it after. Okay, sure. And the second question is for Mr. Cornel with regards to football and football certification. I would have attended one of the programs where I did, I think it's the C license. I can't remember, I did so much, I can't remember which one, right? So my question is, in UTT, as part of the degree program, there's components on the art and science of coaching, right? Is there any consideration being given to having that B license, C license coaching be part of the university program rather than having to wait for when it is being offered by the association for coaches to come and do it? So someone who just want to come and do that program could pay their money and go and do the program and get their certification. That's my two questions. Thanks.
What a nice question and timely question. The TTFA and UTT, we have been working together to afford participants from UTT to take part in our C-Prep program. I think it's our second course with UTT, where we have certified coaches in UTT, and we spoke about even if they have to pay, we have given them 50% off the cost so that they can afford it. And if persons still can't afford it, we will welcome them to be part of the course. So we are working together, and currently we are now finishing the second course with UTT.
Okay, so Kempes, to answer your question, part of what we do at the Community Sport Department, we do have a unit for community engagement where we would have had over 300 clubs registering. We would have done some workshops with those clubs, building internal structures where we help the clubs to help themselves to become functional, how you register with the Ministry of Legal Affairs, how you do your constitution. So we would have been doing those workshops with the clubs, and we do have the database of all those clubs. Part of what we do also is to help to align those same talent athletes to clubs. So you just give me the information, you can click my contact, and I will be able to share that with you. We do have clubs throughout Trinidad and Tobago that we would have worked with to help them to build their structures and to develop them. And as I said, once we get the talent, we direct those athletes to the clubs. So that's part of what we do as well. It's in all sporting disciplines, yeah. Well, we're working on getting that done, yeah. Thanks.
Hi, good afternoon all. I'm a PE teacher from Mayaro Secondary, right? Contrary to what some teachers were saying is that a lot of students, okay, all the students in my school break classes all the time. All the time. They're not going to one, they're not going to any, right? It's beyond admin. My subject, I have students in my class who are not even in my class. PE is a getaway for them. And not only because it's sports. that area, those people love sports, right? I had an amazing experience doing my degree in UTT Current. I also had the pleasure of being with the sports and high performance unit as my friends. And that's when there was hosting all around stuff, the good stuff, to and from transport, food, cafe, this, everything was perfect. You know, they had a good life. Anyway, so I lost my train of thought. Sorry. Right. At that time, we had a lot of um, American lecturers. And one thing they did that was beneficial for me was that they opened a door not only to the US, but to the US, where that PE teachers can get to do conferences and share ideas, share technology ideas, share ideas to bring back home that was successful there, to bring back home to implement in these schools, right? Another thing, I waited 7 years, some maybe longer, from my degree to be into the system, right? A personal struggle I have because I recently started teaching, this is my second term. A personal struggle I have is that I don't know what the hell I'm doing, right? There are people to guide me, but I did all those sports so many years ago, right? I have to read from a textbook now. I cannot remember every single sport. Is there anything as being a graduate from UTT that UTT could offer us little, a support system, little courses? Yes, we talk about the certification, but courses just to refresh us, mentor us, help us, you know? Because we are the marketers. We are the influencers, but when students come to us, Miss P teacher, and they're playing good, I don't even have anybody I know from any heads up anywhere to say, hey, I know this person is playing real good cricket, they're real good, hard ball, now in ball, you know, who I could guide them to, you know, but now, and I have to say, I have to shout out sport. Oh my gosh, sport is a lifesaver. They come to my school a lot. Oh my gosh, sport is a lifesaver. Sport is doing a perfect job. I love them and I appreciate them so much. And they are making a difference in my school. My school is grateful to them as well. So I just wanted to ask that, is there anything in place to mentor us, refresh us, do anything? Because a problem we had, and Mr. Campus would agree with this, a problem we had is when we were doing our courses, we were doing certified courses, right? All our courses could have gained a certification and we did not get that. We didn't get a certificate, you know? So we should have a system in place where PE teachers should be refreshing themselves all the time. Because if it's one thing, if we teach a child a skill that is wrong, psychologically, it is very difficult to unlearn that if they choose to go on further in that sport. And that will be a problem, a further problem for a coach, you know, to unlearn a skill. So that's my all. Thanks very much.
All right, just to answer the question, it's something that we definitely need to look into because you are not the only person who have brought that information to us. We have been collaborating with the Ministry of Education because sport at UTT continues to churn out a lot of PE teachers. It's the university that does the PE program that's accepted by the Ministry of Education. And many years after, persons now getting employed or still are yet to be employed. So offering refresher courses is something definitely that we're looking into and see how best we can assist some of our graduates over the years to ensure that they keep up to date with the knowledge and information that's being shared. Yeah. Thank you very much. All right. I know we have gone way beyond the time. It's now 10 past 1, and I thank all those who stayed to this point. Before we have our vote of thanks, I want to ask all persons who would have had some level of participation, whether from a working standpoint, athlete standpoint, or been influenced in some way or the other through the University of Trinidad and Tobago to stand. Those who are here with us still. Those PE teachers who would have been developed, those athletes. Dr. Butcher, yourself, yes. The one who was the person who was in charge of this program from beginning. Right, so if you look around, you will realize the influence that the University of Trinidad and Tobago has on our secondary school sporting ecosystem. So give yourselves a round of applause for choosing the best institution. All right? And to PE teachers who are, thank you very much, you may say, and to PE teachers who are having such a hard time with students understanding the importance of physical education, you are not alone. I have a 19-year-old son who in primary school said to me, whenever, this is in standard 4, 5, whenever the teacher says, okay, today is PE, he and his friends used to refer to it as pointless exercise. Because they are all engulfed in the video games. And to date, he goes to bed at 4 a.m. because he's on the video games playing football. He's an excellent, he has excellent knowledge about all the teams and all the players the world over. He can tell you who transfers and who's going to be transferred, who is the coach of Brazil now, who used to be. And I know that that knowledge came from FIFA. Yeah, that game. So, don't lose hope. I have not. I'm still hoping that it turns around at some point in time, or at least it turns out to be one of those, just like myself, who the coaches did not see, and turns out to be a good sport administrator. But don't lose hope. All right? I would like to ask Mr. Stephen Dillon to come and give the vote of thanks. And to those members who are sitting here still, if you did not do before, please click on the QR code that's outside the door. That will give you, in the age of technology, we decided not to waste money and print booklets to hand to you. So you can access all the information via the QR code on your smartphones. UTT using the technology. All right, so Star. And before Star goes, Dr. Thomas has agreed to share the presentation with all persons here. So if you did not register, ensure your registration is there because we'll be emailing the presentation to all present here today.
Oh, they still want to hear me? All right, good afternoon to all. As we conclude this panel discussion centered on developing homegrown talent, I wish to take this opportunity to extend sincere gratitude to all who contributed to the success of this event. To Senator David Naked, Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs, and Mr. Gabriel Mukhtir, Acting Deputy Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs. Also Professor Rian Maharaj, Acting Vice President, Research, Academic and Student Affairs at UTT. We understand that your time is valuable. Therefore, your presence underscores the importance of what we are trying to achieve together, and we look forward to your continued support in future endeavors. To our panelists, Mr. Atto Bolden, Mr. Hazy Crawford, Mr. Mariba De Freitas, Mr. Anton Cornell, Ms. Antonia Burton, Ms. Ayana Russell, Mr. Anthony Gray, and Mr. Tobias Utley, and presenters Mr. Ephraim Serret, President of the National Association of Athletics Administration of Trinidad and Tobago, and Dr. Candice Thomas, Assistant Professor at the Center for Kinesiology, Physical Education and Sport at UTT. We appreciate your willingness to share successes, insights, experiences, and expertise. Your contributions have greatly enriched our understanding of the challenges and opportunities associated with the sport and our local talent. I also wish to thank Ms. Alina Edwards, Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Ryan Bechu, our moderator for the day, and all of our organizers whose unwavering commitment and hard work ensure the smooth execution of this event. Your contribution, support, have been instrumental in making today's gathering a success. To our audience, comprising of students, teachers, coaches, and all individuals in sport, with special mention to the presidents and representatives of the TTOC, Sport Company, and our national sporting bodies and school sports associations, Thank you for your active participation and engaging questions. Your involvement is what elevates discussions of this nature, and we hope you leave today feeling inspired and empowered to contribute to the growth of talent within our communities. In closing, let us collectively continue to advocate for and support the development of our local talent. Together, we can strive to cultivate the athletes and leaders of the future. Thank you once again for your presence today, and everyone, have a good afternoon.
Yeah.